I will call to order the Board of County Commissioners regular meeting for Wednesday, July 13th. It's just about 12:02. And let me start by thanking the staff of the Pitkin County Jail, which gave us a wonderful tour of the renovations and upgrades and maintenance work they've been able to do over there. And I believe there's some public tours that are available for community members who might like to take a look this afternoon. I will turn to Cara, who is managing this meeting in the absence of Phyllis Tice, who is at another meeting, and John Peacock, who's on vacation. Do we have any additions or deletions to today's agenda?
Yeah, there's two. So item number 6 is an addition of other citizen board members. So you will see that change in the resolution. That includes 2 for the Translator Advisory Board and a Healthy Rivers edition. I believe.
No, P&Z.
P&Z edition, I
Okay.
apologize. And then under land use items, we're going to switch items 1 and 2 for presentation.
Okay, thank you. So if anyone's in the audience, we are going to hear the Larson extension of vested rights first, and then move to the Nakagawa annual review of the 2015 Nakagawa commercial activities. I think that was a request of the applicant that it, theoretically might be a shorter item, and they had some health issues.
Exactly.
So more than happy to accommodate that change. We will now move to public comments. Please limit your comments to 3 to 5 minutes each. And does anyone have anything to say? Oh, Mr. Veazey, why don't you come on up?
Well, thank you, said the spider to the fly. Anyway, my nomenclature is MZ Veazey III. I'm not going to take but so long. I've been at a meeting in Snowman's Village. This is the second one I might make later on this afternoon. Well, first things first. I'm still waiting for Rafter to give me the okay so I can do a presentation about transit television, all right, for the buses. All right, so business can improve. We can get more money out of the people who come here, more money out of the people who stay here, et cetera, all right? And then I have my materials and everything else, too. I have stuff from L.A., even from the Los Angeles Metro that way, too. All right, now, the second thing I would like to mention is that the Colorado State demographer, Elizabeth Garner. Think of James Garner, right? Maverick and Rockford Files. Anyway, she spoke to the your counterparts in Garfield County. All right, so they're basically solid with resiliency. Of course, there's problems, but solid. I don't know how many times she's come up here to speak to y'all, but as she hasn't been here that much, I would like you all to have her come up. She's an amazing woman. I mean, she has a lot of data. And she thinks like in a manner that I do, and also John Martin does. You give a little bit of data, boy, we're processing it. But she's very good at it, and you could see, like, you know, where Pitkin County really is in a lot of things. And, I mean, really, I'm utterly amazed by her. All right, now, the last thing is, for some strange reason, you know, I've always wondered, how come there isn't more businesses in the county territory or territories, all right? And, you know, if you had more businesses or business activities, retail, etc., whatever you want to call it, I don't think that a lot of people here in Garfield, I mean not Garfield County, I apologize, I've been there a lot lately, in Pitkin County will be that pressured and denied products and services that would be cheaper. To me, it looks like things were somewhat set up for illegal restraint of trade to happen. All right, so I'm just asking you, for whatever the logic, whatever the traditional practices have been, to stimulate that so the citizens of Pitkin County just don't have to go to Aspen and they have nothing. They go to Snowman's Village and they have nothing. And then their pockets get picked. Let's give some what? Financial freedom and happiness to the people of Pitkin County. Now, remember, this is the eve of what day that real Americans celebrate? Bastille Day. The guillotine, right? So I'm just asking you to help the people of Pitkin County. Allow them to manifest what they need to in terms of commerce, purchasing power, etc. They don't need to be stripped of everything, whether it's money or denied products and services that should be here and could be here and should have been here all along no matter what. Thank you very much, and no sniping from the audience.
Rachel, can I?
Please, Patty.
MZ, real quick, the
Yes,
state
ma'am.
demographer, her counterpart in her office, spoke at the Northwest Colorado Council of Governments meeting. So she spoke in front of the 5 counties. He spoke, and he gave specific demographic information related to the 5 counties in Northwest Cog. It was a great presentation.
It was?
And next week, on Wednesday, at the workforce meeting, which will be held here in Aspen, she's coming to do a presentation to the Colorado
She
workforce.
is?
Mhm.
I advise, if you allow the public
She's
to
amazing.
attend, that the public should show up, because the woman is she's really great. She really is.
It would be great to have her come and do maybe something for the Board of Commissioners, and we can do it on grassroots, but we can see if we can talk with Rachel, the chair, and see if we can fit it in. She is amazing, and as I said, the gentleman who filled in for her at the Northwest COG meeting, the facts, the statistics were just, the stories were just right there. It was
It
fascinating,
was a good presentation that
Amazing.
anyone could understand.
amazing.
Well, thank you, Ms. Clapper.
You're welcome, Mr. V.
Yes, and thank you, the rest of your honors, for the opportunity to speak in front of you and also the public. Thank you very much.
Have a
Thank
good
you.
day.
Tony Kronberg.
It's always hard to follow MC, but I'll try. Thank you so much, everyone. For the record, my name is Toni Kronberg, and I have a lot of thank yous for a lot of work that's been requested and has actually happened. I'm going to start with the easy one first, and I would like for the public and the county commissioners to be aware of the fact that the City of Aspen, their Community Development Department, through Jen Phelan, has asked that Lift 1A, which is one of the hot spots, the hot topics in town right now, be restudied to bring further down the mountain. So I just wanted you to be aware of that, the recommendation that came out of the P&Z meeting last week. The next meeting for that one, I believe, is July 19th, and that's before planning and zoning. The second thing is the couple thank yous that I have, and I extended these thank yous also to Aspen City Council. The first one goes to Colorado Department of Transportation, to a gentleman by the name of Mark Bunnell. We did a safety tour, pedestrian and vehicular bus traffic from Brush Creek Road through the end of Snowmass Canyon. They have been able to put some new little markings in, especially mile marker 30, where most of the accidents happen in the wintertime. They have lowered the stop sign on Smith Hill Road. As you know, that's been, in the past, many fatalities have happened at that intersection. They've removed some bushes so that access pulling out into Snowmass Canyon is a little bit safer. They're also going to provide a summary of the crash data through Snowmass Canyon. It's something that, as a part of the elected officials transportation committee, that's part of your jurisdiction. And I just want you to know that as a member of the public that I try to do my share of it, to do outreach to Colorado Department of Transportation, so it makes your jobs a little bit easier when it comes time to asking for the big funding questions. The second thank you goes to Justin Foreman, a city engineer. One of the things that we brought forward was pedestrian and cyclist safety on Mill Street and Rio Grande Place Street, the intersection there. They have put up balliards on Rio Grande Place. They're going to put up more signage down where the Puppy Smith, the turnoff into the post office is. Rio Grande Park is very popular. You'll see people just crisscrossing, biking, so to speak, across Main Street. And I believe the Parks Department is working on a signage system through the City of Aspen to direct people a safe way down there. The third thank you goes to basically Pitkin County and the city for the new library, but also the Galena Plaza. The new Library Park Plaza is just breathtakingly beautiful. I mentioned to you that that maybe that could become one of our new designated view planes, and we're putting in a request for that. What I would like to pass out to the county commissioners now is that, and Rachel, you're going to laugh at this, so to speak. May I pass this out?
Please, go ahead.
Is that I asked the city at their meeting on Monday if they could dust off this plan for the Library Park Plaza and the little area below it, because it actually has a water feature at the bottom of it. And I said to City Council that the little lobby work I've been doing this summer, that most people in the community want our governments to focus on the entrance to Aspen as opposed to building a new Aspen City Hall. And right now the city is going through a moratorium process, which they need to finish up. That's one of their priorities. But the county commissioners, you're taking the lead right now in trying to find a solution to the entrance to Aspen. So I'm kind of changing subjects right now.
Tony, you only have 1 more minute.
Thank you. So in preparation for your EOTC meeting, that I want to say thank you very much, because Brian Pettit is coming forward to ask you for funding, supplemental appropriation for the Parsons contract with RAFTA to do that corridor study. Randy Reedy from the city is going to ask you to include alternatives, so they're backing you up, alternative options that can be studied through the Parsons contract. They're going to ask you for funding. And Randy's going to bring up the light rail and the aerial connection. So I want you to be aware of that those are two alternatives to the rubber-tired solution that at the Elected Official Transportation Committee that you're going to be asked to take a look at. And other than that, I think I covered everything.
You covered it all.
But I wanted to say thank you very much, because you're doing a stellar job and you're moving things along. And I believe with this EOTC meeting, we can get some resolution. I am going to do a letter to the editor. We're going to do a petition of support to back the Elected Officials Transportation Committee to start moving forward with viable alternative solutions to the entrance. So I think we're at that juncture. But thank you so much for taking the lead on it. I appreciate it.
Thanks,
Thank
Tony.
you.
You're welcome.
Are there any additional public comments, folks here today to address the board? There being none, I will close the public comment section and move to commissioner comments. Patty?
Just real quick, because it's a beautiful day, and I know everybody would like to be back outside there. It's wonderful. I just want to thank everybody who attended the Aspen Animal Shelter Community Fest, or Carnival, I think they called it. It was great, well attended. I think throughout the period from 11 to 4, there were about 1,000 people who attended. It was great fun. You saw everybody that you knew and their dogs. We had well-behaved dogs while we were there. It was a great event, and I want to thank everybody for attending that. It was wonderful. And my other comment is just enjoy our beautiful weather. We're supposed to be getting monsoons in again here in a couple of weeks, so this next weekend should be beautiful. So get out there, be safe, and enjoy.
Thank you, Patty. George?
I want to acknowledge and thank Bill Fales, one of our local ranchers, to take time out during his busy hay season to do a quick trip to Washington, D.C. to testify before the House Committee on Natural Resources. And this was a great article, actually, in Daily News that Colin did, so thank you. But as I read through the article and reflect back in terms of what prompted this committee to bring forth, mainly industry. I think it was certainly slanted to industry in terms of who they were trying to get testimony from. I think they threw a bone to us to allow Bill Fales to attend, which was great. But I was also surprised when I looked at the invitees who were asked to testify. And it was really, the purpose was really to, industry was asking for the BLM to extend their EIS on the leases in the Thompson Divide, something that we have been actively involved in, as well as other elected officials throughout this valley. And so what they did, whomever was in charge in terms of inviting those who wanted to testify, they invited a Mesa County commissioner, which sort of surprised me versus any of the elected officials who are actively involved with the Townsend Divide in the Roaring Fork Valley. And of course, the leases that are up for cancellation are not in Mesa County. They're in Pickens County, except for one or two that are in Garfield County. One or two in Mesa County.
The ones
There's
that
an
we've
op-
asked to be canceled are all in Pickens
The
County.
ones that we have been asked to cancel. So it was sort of surprising that it was obviously was very slanted towards industry. It was surprising to see a Mesa County commissioner there,
Who was there?
Rosa
Oh, wasn't
Lisa
Scott?
Polisi.
Wasn't Scott?
And I was surprised by some of her comments because, as was quoted in the paper, some of her concerns was that it was important for Mesa County to maintain these job opportunities, even though they haven't got very many leases. You know, she talked about how much more important industry jobs are rather than tourism jobs, and reflected that tourist jobs, it's hard for workers who have to work 2 or 3 jobs to make a living. I think that's a little short-sighted because given the whims of industry when they can pull out whenever they want, they leave the real workers in lines for unemployment and food stamps versus at least having some jobs. And she also commented on that she was there, how did it phrase? She was there
She says,
speaking on behalf of the commissioners of Western Colorado have asked me to speak on their behalf as well. Well, I'm not, again, sure who she's talking about in terms of the commissioners of Western Colorado. She certainly didn't talk to Pickens County, and after talking to Rachel, I understand she didn't talk to Eagle County or Summit County or Ouray County or San Miguel County. So, you know, it's one thing for her to speak on behalf of Mesa County, but I have a hard time for her to start to take the lead in terms of trying to speak on behalf of all of Western Colorado.
Is there anything we can do to rebut that?
Well, I don't know about that, but I would just suggest that, you know, Mesa County, they have their own issues that they need to deal with, and I would suggest that they stay centered on Mesa County issues and not get involved in Pickens County issues.
thank you, George.
Thanks, George, for bringing that. I haven't read the article yet.
I was going to say something as well, but other board member comments? Michael, do you have anything today, or Steve?
I would like to thank Garfield County, who has been housing the inmates from the Pickens County Jail at no cost to Pickens County while we've been doing the renovations in our jail. Oftentimes we will trade inmates with them when there's a reason for having an inmate in a jail.
Separation.
Yeah, to separate them, or perhaps for trial purposes or different things. But anyhow, the fact that they housed all of our inmates at no cost, I think, was really generous on their part.
We did send some of our detention officers down there, though.
We have had staff down there helping out. Also, I'd like to thank MCVZ, and I'm sorry he's not still here, to remind me that Bastille Day, July 14th, is coming up, because that's my wedding anniversary. And I don't want to forget that day.
It's tomorrow, by the way.
Tomorrow, there you go. Get some fireworks.
But your wife's gone.
She's in Alaska, but I need to still remember.
Yeah,
the
don't
day.
forget.
And we've been married 39 years.
Oh, well,
tomorrow.
congratulations.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you, and I'll make a couple comments here. And Colin, I'd like to thank you very much for covering this as cautiously as you did. You know, at a certain level, the thrust of the meetings was a demand to reopen the environmental assessment, which has closed. The public comment period has closed. And I think that sets a very dangerous precedent for EISs or environmental impact statements of any sort across the country, whether it's Forest Service, BLM, or anything. You know, there are there are deadlines, and you can't come back and enter late. Particularly, the BLM held 2 public hearings, and I drove down to DeBeck, or wherever it was, to comment at one of the public hearings, and the Mesa County Commissioners and the industry chose to boycott that meeting. So they did not show up. And then I also attended, as George and others from this board did, the public hearing in Carbondale. And that was very well attended, but again, the industry and those folks did not show up. So I think the precedent of saying we'd like to reopen something later, and I think for all of us, there's always, quote, new data that you could re-enter into any sort of dialogue or discussion. But the point that they're saying that there's now 66 trillion gazillion tons of natural gas or cubic feet of natural gas to recover in that area literally just makes the point of, well, why do you have to drill here? And that there's plenty of other places, and I think the BLM report, if I recall correctly, is that they've issued close to 77,000 leases and permits to drill that industry has not acted on at all, because there's a glut, the prices are down, they're not really interested in it. So to claim that this one section needs to be reopened in order to save some economy somewhere, and literally at the destruction of our local economy. I think that that's the point that is really underlying it, as our economy is more important than your economy. Even though our service workers, our industry trade people will be driving hundreds of miles to go to this, quote, new site. It's just a little ludicrous. And it is very upsetting that, to say the commissioners of Western Colorado have asked me to speak on their behalf as well, and to have not been notified or contacted, and not see any sort of balanced presentation that says, well, some counties don't feel this way. That is of great concern. And they may be pursuing tourism at some level in Grand Junction. They have a lot of assets, the Mesa, the Grand Mesa, Powderhorn, the wine country, and an awful lot of things. But industry dominates for oil and gas, and that's part of why the discussion about making the national monument, the monument there into a national park, was that the discussion? Because industry was concerned that if it was a national park, then air quality standards would start to apply in the area. And that was a big push, that we don't want any regulation on air quality standards in Grand Junction. But that would have radically increased their tourism opportunities. I hear all the time through meetings I've been at in that area that plane loads of tourists will come in, get on a bus and go straight to Arches and go straight to Canyonlands because that's a national park. But they turn down those sort of opportunities at industry's behest. And so I think it's difficult. We don't like to see counties pitted against each other. Certainly, Rose Pulvicio is our representation on the Western Slope for the Child Welfare Allocation Committee. And I know she works very diligently with Nan and tries to make sure all small community concerns are taken care of. But this almost feels like a setup, and I think it's of note to all of our public that elections have consequences, that when you have a majority in the House that can say we're only going to let one minority speaker speak on this panel, we're only going to have one point of view here, we're going to call up industry every time we want to try to change the rules. That's what happens when we have one party in such control in Congress that is also part of the we don't like national public lands lobby. I understand that that is now going to be a platform plank in the Republican Party to facilitate the transfer of federal public lands to the state as soon as possible. And this is just very, very counter to our values, our economy, and our community's desires. So I thank the Attorney's Office for being on top of this as well, and we'll go on from here. So,
Can I just,
Patty?
in hearing this, and again, I apologize, I haven't read the paper this morning, but I personally take great offense to someone speaking on behalf of this Board of County Commissioners for commissioners on the western slope of Colorado. I don't believe that Pitkin County, this board, would ever do that without speaking first to those that we were supposedly speaking for. We're very careful not to do that. We're very careful not to speak for City Council or Snowmass Town Council or Basalt. Unless we have talked to them, met with them, and have a consensus, or we share a difference of opinion. And it's really bothersome to me that that was presented in front of a House subcommittee for someone supposedly speaking on our behalf on an issue that is so sensitive to this Board of County Commissioners. And it just, not only do I feel that it is wrong, I just feel that it is not acceptable.
Yeah, I tend to agree. So, having kind of digested that, we'll move on to the rest of the
On a brighter note.
meeting of today. You know, it's been a tumultuous time in our country for a lot of reasons, and we all saw the Dallas police shootings. We've seen what seem to be innocent folks who've been targeted because of their ethnicity. It's at a little bit of a boiling point, and then, of course, we just saw that we're sending more troops back into the Middle East. And so while it may not do much, and none of us at this table have answers to bigger questions like that, I would like to ask for a moment of silence that perhaps those families can seek some peace, and that we finally find some peace in the Middle East. Okay.
Thank you, Rachel.
You're welcome. We will now move on to the consent items. These are generally items that we have discussed before and are non-controversial. The first item is approval of the minutes of the regular meeting of June 22nd and work sessions of June 7th, June 14th, June 21st, and June 28th. The second is the ambulance vehicle permit. The third is a resolution appointing hearing officers for property tax appeals. The fourth is a resolution appointing hearing officers for abatement petitions. The fifth item is ratification of hearing officers' recommendations for abatement petitions. And the sixth item is a resolution appointing citizen board members to our citizen boards. Are there any items that folks would like to pull?
I just have one correction for
Okay.
Jeanette, because I know she likes me to catch those. Just on page 2, it's Holsinger for Paul.
Okay.
Did you already get that? She usually does. She usually
Okay.
beats me to the correction.
And do we have a handout of the additional appointees?
Yeah, you should have had
I don't think I got one on my table, but as long as the rest of the board did.
it here.
Okay.
And I know that Steve usually likes to read those out loud.
Okay.
I have one change on the minutes, and then I'd also like to pull number 5 and 6 for
Okay.
discussion and comments.
Okay.
On the minutes on page 1, it's the next to last paragraph. It mentions the new recycle program, and it's actually We Cycle, capital W, We Cycle.
Okay.
We talk about We Cycle and recycle both a lot.
All runs together. Okay, thank you. Are there any other items that board members would like to pull? All right, I would like to accept a motion from someone to approve items 1, 2, 3, and 4.
So moved.
Okay, I will give it to Michael. Patty can get the
Second.
second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All right, first item is the ratification of hearing officers' recommendations for abatement petitions. Steve, you asked to pull that?
Yeah, I read through all of them, and I agreed with all the decisions that the hearing officer made, the determinations he made. But it seemed to me all of the instances were where there were two pieces of property owned by not necessarily a common owner, but one of the owners would be the same owner, and they would have just a different LLC name for one of the parcels than from the other. And it seems to me that if a owner of a property is really serious about, if they buy the adjoining lot, to enlarge their lot in order to preserve their view plane or give them more space or a buffer zone between them and the neighbor, that they should actually go through a process with the county to eliminate the one lot and legally combine the two in one plat.
To merge?
To merge the two lots into one. And that seems to me to be what the owners should do if they're really serious about wanting to reduce their property taxes. And only in the one instance had the owners owned both parcels under the same name. They'd owned it for 13 years, and that is the one that the hearing officer actually accepted their claim. All the others he denied. So I don't know if there's some way the county could pursue communicating with owners of those lots or make, I don't know if we would need to make a provision in our land use code or something to encourage owners to do that if they really were serious about
That provision does exist.
reducing their property tax and having one bigger lot instead of two smaller ones with different tax rates.
Yeah. John?
That provision does exist in land use code already. We don't advocate for it from a staff perspective, but we process any request from property owners to combine parcels. So,
You know, at a certain level, these are relatively sophisticated buyers with high-priced parcels and sophisticated enough to protest values. I'm sure they're aware of their options to combine, but in terms of preserving future resale value, that doesn't seem to be their intention. So it may be preserve the views in their lifetime or whatever while they're having the property, but there's nothing standing in someone's way from pursuing that now, other than perhaps potential loss of financial value and a potential process to undo it later. So, you know, I think that's a good question, but we're...
Yeah, well, that was my thoughts when I was reading through these, that they're approaching it from the wrong direction in my estimation.
Larry, do you have anything to add on the...
Only from the standpoint that I think it depends on the aims of the owner. If their goal is to simply reduce their property taxes, then I think this is the method by which they're trying to do that. I don't know that it's always one and the same that their true intention is to preserve the lot as much as it is to reduce their property taxes in the short term. I think they want to keep their options open in the long term.
Right.
But just not pay so much taxes in the short term. And so I think that's by and large why they've tried to do the appeal the way they did in these abatements.
And Larry, I'm sorry, I forgot to ask you to identify yourself for the
I'm
record.
sorry, Larry Fight with the County Assessor's Office.
Thank you so much. Okay, well, given that we've pulled that and discussed that, is there a motion to approve?
I would move to approve the hearing officer's recommendations.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. And now we'll move on to, what was that last item? We just had pulled the citizen board appointments. Are you going to read them for us, Steve?
Yeah, I think it's important to read the names of the people, and that's why I asked to
Yes, please.
pull that. So, originally, on the original packet, we just had the one person, but now we've added several others. So,
And we'll take a motion to amend the packet in a moment.
so the applicants and the board they're applying for that we are going to approve are Patricia Weber for the Aspen-Picking County Housing Authority Board, Steve Wicks for the Citizen Grant Review Committee. That's with the term expiring April 1st, 2020, as opposed to the one expiring next spring. Paul Rudnick for the Planning and Zoning. Joel Ritvo for the Translator Advisory Board, and Buck Field for the Translator Advisory Board.
Thank you. I would accept a motion to approve the resolution appointing citizen board members as amended to include this full complement as Steve has read it.
Also moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
It has been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Again, we just express our thanks. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Thank you very much. The item's passed. We'll now move on to individual consideration items. The first is an ordinance accepting a temporary construction easement from Fork Front Basalt LLC on Emma Road for access to the Roaring Fork River for installation of a recreational in-channel diversion structure. Laurie, you're taking this one for us?
Yeah.
And the public hearing on this will be on July 27th.
So this is a first reading of the ordinance. This is for a construction easement to allow the county's appointee to construct the in-channel works for the Pitkin County River Park project. So the easement will allow the staging and access for that in-channel work. There is an associated cost of $500 for the temporary easement, and this will allow all of the construction work, with the exception of a few minor matters, to occur on the Emma Road side, reducing the impact to the Two Rivers Road side, and allowing the staging to occur over there also reduces costs of the project. I do have a map if the commissioners would like to see where we're talking about. This is in Lot J of the Basalt Commercial Park. It's at the, as you follow along at Emma Road, you get to the end of the road and it's a lot over there. There's a map if that would be helpful.
Can I just add, yeah, so it's a lot right behind Stubby's, the current Stubby's building?
Past Stubby's and past Harry Teague.
Okay, so all the way at the end of
It's
that.
at the end. And it's the map is on the last page of your packet, or I can put it up, whatever the preference is. To perfect the Pitkin County River Park project requires the construction of in-channel work, a couple structures. And so this is associated with just that in-channel work. It's not associated with the stream side of improvements, which could occur at a later date to a later level. This is just the work that's necessary to perfect the water right, and this is to allow access to do that work.
Okay. Additional questions, George?
When would you anticipate that we would start this work, and how long would it, will it take?
So the window will be sometime between August and February. It's really dependent on the flow conditions in the river, because it will require channelizing all the water in the river and creating basically a void at some point. So we've been in discussions and consultations with CPW to ensure that that work occurs at a time period that will not damage the fish redds. So it will be sometime between August and February.
And once that construction starts, do you have any idea in terms of how long that work will actually take?
Yeah, so my estimate is a couple months, but it really will depend on what happens when they get in the river.
And then I would anticipate for second reading, we'll have some maps to take a further look at and things like that. Patty?
Yeah, have we notified the anglers and kayak companies and rafters that that section of the river may be closed then for them in
So-
August?
So the discussion has been out there. We don't know if it will be closed in August yet because we don't know where the flows will be. So once we have a sense from CPW on when the work should occur, we'll have more opportunity to communicate that. And Lisa in the Pitkin County Attorney's Office has been coordinating with the town of Basalt to hold another public meeting before that work occurs, so everything can be conveyed to the community, exactly what the time frame will be and what this will look like in the river.
That'd be great, because I know there's a lot of commercial activity that takes place along that stretch, and it'd be nice to give them a heads up, especially since many of those activities are also being hit with the closures down in the Colorado. So we're kind of restricting that trade.
I think at a certain point you start to hit flows a little too low for rafting in the river, and which is why we're building then, but angling, you know, you're absolutely right. Other board questions? Steve?
Well, I think it would be important to provide some sort of a safety netting or something at the intake to the diversion pipe to make sure that nobody accidentally or intentionally goes down through that long pipe, because that probably would be a fatal action for them if they entered that pipe.
Because they're big, they're 50
And looking
feet.
on the diagram there, you can't tell if there's anything, it doesn't have anything saying that it would be protected from people going in there. Also, I had a question on the restoration work. It calls for the final graded condition would be 5-inch minus screened alluvial material. which sounds to me like 5-inch and less rocks. But if it's screened, maybe, I don't know, could you explain what that is? And
No,
is
that's
that kind of
correct.
the condition of what the river rock is that's on that location right now?
Yeah, so that's the property where the construction will be occurring, and there is some vegetation there, but it's the owner, Cork Front Basalt LLC, anticipates that eventually there will be construction on this lot. And so the idea is to return it to the same elevation level that currently exists after the construction of the river project. And so it's designed to keep that elevation the same, but not return it to necessarily vegetative state based on the owner's request.
So the 5-inch rock would be more preparing it for as a construction site for the owner of the property?
Yeah, we're not aware of any time frame on construction, but that was the request from the property owner.
Okay.
George?
So the real purpose of this, actually, and we've talked about this in the past in terms of utilizing a RISD, a recreation in-stream diversion, to maintain the minimum flow and the health of the river at that point, and putting in these in-river structures to create a kayak park is a way to activate our decreed water rights. And then we've had several meetings, public meetings in Basalt, trying to get feedback and input from the community in terms of what they would, how they envision this park to look like and to be utilized. And so there was a wish list that was created, and as I said, Laura, our work is just to place the structures in the river and to address any of the requirements the town of Basalt had in terms of parking or safety access, emergency access. So further streamside amenities are sort of on hold until we decide if there's funding available. I understand that if we have them, we're going to be going for a GOCO grant to help with some funding, and also perhaps with some other partners. So that's being delayed at this point until we see that there's some funding available for some of these other streamside amenities that the public was looking for.
Yeah, so to effectuate the water right requires the construction of the in-channel work. The approval for that in-channel work was also granted by the town of Basalt pursuant to their process, and they required some streamside improvements, so basically a corral to allow people to walk along Two Rivers Road from one end of the park to the other. There was also a scoping process associated with that. The town of Basalt required Pitkin County to conduct a scoping process to see what sort of amenities the public would want associated with a park like this. But construction of those amenities is not a requirement. And so the work that's being done for the in-channel work does not preclude any further work on the streamside improvements, but it's not anticipated that what is desired in the scoping process will necessarily be constructed at this point in time.
Thanks.
Thank you. Are there board questions or comments? All right. I'd just like to say I appreciate the work that Laura and John Ely have done. This has been a very long haul in terms of getting the RISD in the first place. We may be the last recreational channel diversion that the state will grant. The newly adopted state water plan calls for no additional recreational and channel diversions or anything that may prevent the future diversion of water out of streams and rivers. So I'm hopeful that's not the case, but we were very close to get in before the barn door closed. And this is very important to the future health of the Roaring Fork River and our water flows as a whole in the valley. I have to say I look at this similar to whether it's Rio Grande Park or any of our great parks, the coke ovens at Redstone and things like this. Parks have to move forward in phases, and you don't build the ultimate in your first go-around. So as George has said, it will be dependent upon funding in the future, GOCO grants, amenities that both the town can bring forward. We hope to see a lot of this working into eventually their capital improvement plans for the Two Rivers Road and things like that. So it won't be a finished product after this year, but we will have that chance similar to buying a new home, that you complete 1 or 2 rooms at a time. Not very many people get to do the whole thing all at once. So this is good work. I'm very excited to see it move forward. Is there a board motion?
I would make a motion to approve the first reading set for public hearing on July 27th, accepting a temporary construction easement from Fork Front Basalt LLC on the Emma Road for access to the Roaring Fork River for the installation of a recreational leaching and reverse structure.
Second. Okay, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And Laura, when will we see the contract for the construction?
The actual construction, it's under review right now. I don't know if we have a time frame on that, the review of the contract. He's got it.
Probably, I would think the next regular meeting, but I'm not sure.
Okay, it's good to get the easements in place first. I was just wondering when the next shoe drops, so.
Yeah, we're just
Okay.
trying to keep everything lined out.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's see, we're now going on to a series of individual consideration items and public hearings, second readings.
We didn't vote.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, okay, thank you.
What, did we vote? I don't remember.
Jeanette, did we vote? We did. I thought so.
did?
I thought I
We
made the
voted.
comment afterwards. Yeah.
Did you vote, Patty?
I didn't vote.
Would you like to vote? Okay.
I was sure I was sitting
Thank you,
here.
you caught me off guard.
We need a little.
We'll now move on to the individual
voted.
consideration items and public hearings. We'll go through these as far as we can before taking a break. Perhaps we'll get through all of them, it's always hard to tell. And then we'll move to land use after that. So the first item is an ordinance approving the proposed amendments to the Pickens County Noise Code. And this item actually is recommended to be continued to July 27th. Kurt, why are we continuing? Let's just ask that first.
We're continuing because you had a few changes that you suggested at the first reading. I went on vacation the next day.
Okay.
And as much as I intended to try to do those changes, laptop wasn't able to do them. So I got back Friday and wasn't able to get
Okay,
the
that
agenda
sounds
in.
fine.
So
I just was wondering if there are any other issues that had come
Did
up.
you enjoy your vacation in
I did
Crystal
enjoy my
Cove?
vacation, yes.
And so let me go ahead and say this now. The next item is going to be about Superfund site soil disposal fees. And both Patty Clapper and I live in that area. And so we will be leaving the table for that discussion. But I just wanted to say that's the reason why. And right now, I will solicit a motion to continue the ordinance approving the proposed amendments to the noise code until July
It is a
27th.
public hearing also.
Okay, and is anyone here by any chance to speak to the noise code? There being none, I will close that public hearing and accept a motion to continue from Michael, second
Second.
by George. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye?
Okay, George, or Michael, it's in your hands to chair item number 9. The resolution.
us know when you need us
approving
back.
Superfund soil disposal fees.
Kurt, you want to introduce yourself and Kathy, and we'll move on this issue?
Sure. Kurt Dahl, Pickens County Environmental Health Manager, and I have with me today Kathy Hall, who's the landfill manager. We're here to discuss the soil fees, disposal fees at the landfill, and changing the fee structure for the soils coming from the Smuggler Superfund site. Tom Dunlop, unfortunately, was not able to make it. He previously had been doing the presentation for us as the Smuggler Site Fund Manager. He's not able to make it today. So I'll run through this really quick. The Smuggler Superfund site, since it was listed as a national priority, the residents have bared the cost of disposal of contaminated soils from that site. The only place that those soils can be disposed of is at the Pickens County landfill per our agreement with the EPA. In the past, because of the burden of the disposal of costs or the contaminated soil costs, the Board of County Commissioners has agreed to offset those fees to reduce those costs. Previously, the last resolution was in 2006. About a year ago, Kathy and I were discussing this, and the reason that This is being presented by my department, as my department actually manages the Superfund site. We're responsible for managing that. We will be managing that until the end of time. That's our liability with that. So the resolution initiated previously, the past two have come from my department, even though it's a landfill fee. That's the explanation for that. The cost for contaminated soil disposal at the landfill have been increasing for obvious reasons since 2006, while the offset cost that was approved has remained the same. So initially, Kathy brought that to our attention and suggested we look at whether or not we wanted to come to the board with a recommendation for changing that. In the process of looking at this, she found that in her state approval for the management of the landfill, the operations plan, the state health department, who has the authority for approving the operations at the landfill, not the EPA. We have the consent decree, excuse me, was signed by Pitkin County and the EPA. However, the state health department is the one who has control over the operations of the landfill and approves the operation plan. And as such, the BOCC has the authority to set the fees for the landfill. In the operations plan, the state approved the contaminated soils from the Smuggler Superfund site to be used as daily cover. And not only daily cover, but did not require that they have testing for heavy metals done. Typically when you bring in soils that are contaminated, there's a requirement for a testing to be done on those. They waived that testing because being the Superfund site, we have thousands of tests and are able to demonstrate that while we still want to handle it as contaminated soil, it can be used as daily cover. It doesn't contain that threat. So Kathy suggested that the way to handle this is, instead of setting a fee or having her fee offset by a cost, that we just take the landfill or the smuggler soils in at the landfill at the daily cover rate and not deal with the accounting pieces of this. There's, I think, a tremendous advantage to handling it this way, not just that the state health department has approved it, but it treats everyone equitably. There's not a cap on how much soil can be taken. Right now, there's a cap on how much soil you can take based on the resolution, at least in terms of cost offset. That's 450 cubic yards. That number comes from an approximation of what people were digging out to put basements in the trailer park. So by going to this, we will eliminate that piece. We'll eliminate some accounting pieces for the county, my office, and her office for those offset fees. We'll streamline that. We'll get equitable treatment amongst everyone in that site. There's no difference among those. And so we're recommending that that the board approve that the fees be set at the disposal rate for cover soil, daily cover soil.
Any questions? Yes, George.
So Kurt, you said that Pitkin County is responsible for this till the end of time.
Yes.
The landfill won't last till the end of time.
Right.
So at some point, we'll be looking at transporting and trying to come up with an agreement with whomever will be taking those soils.
Right, that's a good point. That's accurate, yes. We have not, at this point, had those discussions, but I haven't discussed with Kathy, at what point there's a lifetime, but yes, we will at some point have to start discussions with another facility that will be able to take it.
Steve?
Yeah, I note that using this soil from the Superfund site for the daily cover applies only to the Smuggler Mountain
Correct.
soil and not soil from other mine tailings around the county that might come
Right.
to the landfill. And how do we treat those soils from different sites at the landfill?
Do you want me to do it, or you want to
I
do
can
it?
do
I
it.
can, both of us can.
So, yeah, we do on occasion get a request for lead-contaminated soils. We have to look at the analytical results, and depending on the limit that is allowed to take is 5 parts per million lead. So we look at that. There are state things that they can do with the state to get what's called a bevel waste exemption that exempts mine tailings. However, the state looks at that. If it's way too high, they'll deny it. So we work with the state on that.
And can I add to that real quick? My department has a soil management protocol that we apply to soils outside the Smuggler Superfund site, that there's testing requirements in that. So again, that's a piece where both our departments are working together on that.
That answer your question, Steve?
Yes.
So, using the smuggler soils as daily cover, the citizens of Picken County are still safe?
Correct. In our 2012 Engineering Design Operations Plan, which is our permit, there is a very specific paragraph in there that clearly points out smuggler can be used as cover soil, and it is safe.
It's safe.
It
And it's safe for the
essentially does
employees
end up
that
being
they...
buried into the landfill.
So daily cover is put over the
trash.
waste that's there on a daily basis, meaning at the end of the day, right?
Correct.
And then the cycle begins again,
Right.
and so forth and so on. Okay.
To add to that, that's based off of thousands of soil samples that were run for tests. And the test that's required is called a T-clip. And what you're doing is basically running that through an extremely corrosive environment to see what will leach out of the soil. And through those thousands of tests, we found that even though we had high levels of lead, whatever form that lead is in was not leaching out at levels that were above this 5 parts per million consistently. And so that's why part of the reasoning behind why the state went ahead and designated it that way.
So are there tests required for the drivers and operators out at the landfill to see what their health is?
No, that's not part of it.
Okay.
But again, we did several air monitoring pieces as well to look at whether the dust was getting in the air. And what I understand from Tom, and discussing that with Tom, was that again, there was not any indication that there was health risks along those lines as well. That again, given the nature of the lead and how it is in the soil, that the risks are extremely low. They're not zero, and that's why we have to still handle it in this way. That's why we treat it this way, but they're very low.
Yeah.
They're low.
I mean, it would be my preference to have tests done, so we know, not dealing with probability, we're dealing with actuality. So, is there a motion to approve this? Any further discussion?
Motion to approve?
I'll second the motion, and it is a public hearing, Michael.
Thank you. Are there any members of the public who wish to address this issue? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. All in favor?
Aye.
I am going to withhold my approval. So matter's done.
Okay.
You can call, if you can, find Rachel and Patty and say they're welcome back.
They probably went back to the jail.
Right. And Phyllis is going to take over.
Hey, you, Kara, splendid job.
She goes, she dodged all the bullets very nicely.
Changeover, huh?
Hey,
Rachel and I were protesting in the backyard. And got the trash dumpsters.
I thought you went back to the jail.
We did. I brought my cookies from the jail.
Okay, thank you, everyone, and thanks for disposing of that last matter,
so to speak.
It is now 1 o'clock, and you're tuned into the Board of County Commissioners meeting, and we are now going to move on to a resolution authorizing an intergovernmental agreement between Picken and Garfield counties recognizing the provision of community service block grants, CSBG, funds serving the residents of each county. Mitzi Lettingham, please take it away.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Board and everyone. I'm very pleased to introduce Sarah Grazier. She's the CSBG Program Manager in the Department of Local Affairs, traveled down today to be with me for our second reading public hearing. So, wonderful support. Thank you, Sarah. So we are here for our second reading public hearing on this resolution, which will approve a new IGA between the Picken and Garfield County boards for the purpose of developing a new shared administrative program, if you will, between our two counties. The CSPG, just by background, is a federal grant. It is aimed to help low-income families to achieve self-sufficiency, as well as it's also aimed to help communities locally, administered through the Department of Local Affairs. And counties select their priorities in line with national goals, federal objectives, all designed to address poverty. The amounts of money that each county receives is based on poverty guidelines that you all basically manage or know.
It essentially comes from census data that's
Yes.
been extrapolated by the demography office, and so we recently updated to the latest 5-year set of ACS data available through the census, and we added an inverse density weight because we recognize that our more sparsely populated areas in Colorado are much more difficult to serve than our urban centers.
Right. So our families served in this program are at 125% of poverty or less. So for many years, 30 years, Pickens County has managed this program. We've had different iterations of program design. Most recently, for a number of years, we were providing nutrition assistance, food assistance, if you will, to the members, guests of the Aspen Day Center homeless shelter. And then at that same time, the state moved to, rather than yearly contracts, they moved to a 3-year contract model. I think that was the first step towards reducing administrative burden and, helping streamline processes, because it's fairly complex, federal to state, as you can imagine. At that time, and every program is required to have a tripartite advisory board with members who represent the low-income population, the government, elected officials, and then the community agencies or companies at large. And so in 2015, for this new 3-year contract period, the board decided to change gears. And that has led us, we're in the middle of this contract right now, to a program where we are providing dental services for Pickens County residents who are very low income, who otherwise would have no access to dental care. As you know, that's one of our big issues in Pickens County, the lack of providers. What we put together was a program with a subcontract to Catholic Charities of the Western Slope, who would help us case manage folks who would receive services at Comfort Dental or Mountain Family Health. It just so happens that our folks are going to Comfort Dental, given Catholic Charities having a very strong relationship with them. I will point out, though, that Mountain Family Health Centers, our federally qualified health center, is planning and preparing, and what I hear is it's going along well, to put 2 dental chairs in the Basalt office. This should start in January of 2017 or thereafter. Fantastic news.
Yes.
And I've already talked to Catholic Charities. They are we're all thrilled about that would be where we would have our folks. Make it a lot easier on travel, et cetera. But we're here today to really discuss the paired county service agency model. Actually, it's a multi-county service agency model. Normally, 3 counties might come together to share administrative cost or, management. In this case, we have negotiated with Garfield, and Garfield County has agreed, and they do receive a stipend to help administer for Pitkin, but they've agreed via this IGA to provide this for us moving forward. And in working with Sarah, we decided that the best time to make that shift, should you approve, would be at the beginning of the federal fiscal year, October 1 of this year, because that's how the money flows yearly. We do have 2015, we were allotted, based on our poverty numbers, $12,042. So it's small money. This year, however, based on your new poverty determination, we had a bump up. So
about 14,500.
14,000,
Yeah.
right. So that's the monies that will be transferring, if you will, to Garfield County to help us reimburse this program. So that, in essence, that's what it is. I do want to mention that at the first reading, June 22nd, the IGA that I had drafted, Garfield was looking at, they wanted to make some changes. So you all asked to go ahead and submit those changes. I provided you with the markup and also the clean copy. So you can see what we negotiated. We had a very
Did you feel any
positive-
were significant, or why don't you outline those for us in the public committee? What were the
Yes.
changes?
Okay, so the primary changes were, we made it very clear in the new IGA document how this would move forward in terms of the changes. What were the actual changes that were taking place? And so in a nutshell, Pitkin will remain the program administrator, if you will. So we find the clients, it's very easy for us. Our clients are with us in public assistance, at the homeless shelter, et cetera. So we will maintain the program relationship with Catholic Charities and Comfort Dental. The billings we will send to Garfield. Garfield will then pay according to the state protocols. They will submit for reimbursement from the state. They will kind of manage the money, is what it really is. Now, the other piece is, and this isn't a change, but it's important to note that one member of our tripartite board will sit on the Garfield board, so that we will have, if you will, sort of the policy level connection will even get stronger. And actually, I believe I will probably go, as a Pitkin resident, I will attend those meetings from here on. And I think what this is nice for is we will be required next year to begin the next community needs assessment for CSBG and develop action plans. Each county needs to do that process. And the fact that we'll be joined with Garfield, at the table with Garfield, I think will help us, you know, think through regional issues, think through, you know, it'll just be a nice match for us to do that needs assessment together.
Patty?
One of the changes on page 1 of attachment C, bottom of the page, it says Pitkin County will manage its CSBG program through continuing the subcontract with Catholic Charities.
Yes.
Are we all comfortable with putting Catholic Charities' name specifically in there? Because that can change at any time.
Yes, I think it's fine because...
We'll just have to note that if it comes back and it's just an automatic renewal, if we change that, we need to make sure we cued into that name being in there.
Well, Sarah, when does the next 3-year contract begin?
So
That's when...
The next 3-year cycle starts January 1st, 2018, and I think that really came to be because Pitkin County really wanted to retain control of who the funds go to and how they're administered, and so we wrote that in specifically to address that so that there wouldn't be any confusion with Garfield County.
It's already in our brains, so that we know that if we change that, we need to come back and change this attachment. Okay.
Yeah.
And thank you for doing the red line copy. It makes it much easier.
You're welcome. I'm
to
glad
follow.
that you like that, and you can actually read red lines.
jumps out at
They're a
you.
little hard, but yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Any other questions?
No questions from you, Steve?
Yeah, I was curious why Eagle chose not to join in on the agreement right now.
Yeah.
Because typically we do a lot of things with Eagle, and
We do, and we have an IGA with them, 2 IGAs already. Yeah.
The feedback that we got from Eagle County was that they've been going through a lot of transitions in their Health and Human Services department, and they're restructuring that program. And so they didn't feel like it would be an appropriate time for them to join a partnership, not really knowing what the structure of their program is going to be. So they kind of left it on the table as though they're interested in the future. But right now, just with the timing and the turnover that they're experiencing, both at the staff and commissioner level, they didn't think it would be a good time for them to jump into a new partnership.
Makes sense.
so then could they be added midway through if like next year they decided
Absolutely.
that they could be added to the IGA?
Yeah, and really where this came from is that we recognize, so in January of 2015, the federal government instituted a baseline of organizational standards that all agencies receiving these funds would have to meet. And we really looked and said who among our grantees would be most affected, and noted that folks getting less than $20,000 a year, these requirements were becoming very burdensome. And so by forming multi-county or paired county agencies and pairing smaller counties with a larger county that can meet that from a capacity perspective, you guys can still get the funds to serve the residents, but you don't have to have the federal requirements,
if you will, the
and the
requirements,
administrative burdens. You don't have to meet those as a subcountry
It's
of
nice for
Garfield.
us, actually.
Yeah. so.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, this is a public hearing. Are there any members of the public here to comment on the intergovernmental agreement between Pitkin and Garfield counties for the provision of community services block grant funds serving the residents of each county? There are no. I will close that public hearing and bring it back to the board for a motion and a vote.
Move to approve.
I will second.
Okay, moved by Michael, seconded by Patty. Further discussion? There being none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Very
Thank you
good.
for coming
So
over.
very
You're
much.
welcome.
Thank you so
Appreciate it.
much.
Thank you for your support. We're excited.
Yes, please.
Before I leave, I'd like to make a public announcement if I can.
Mm-hmm.
This Thursday, July 14th, is the last mobile food pantry that's going to be held at our Schultz Health and Human Services building. We've had a very good, strong relationship for 6 years with Food Bank of the Rockies, very positive. The reason that we are making this choice, well, there's multiple reasons, but the primary reason would be that we want to support Lift Up in our community. Lift Up is now expanded. They have a larger space. They have freezer and refrigerator space so they can have, different types of food to give out. They've also expanded an additional day per week. So now Lift Up is open from 11 to 1, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday of every week. They're located at 456 North Mill Street, number 12 now, right next to Replay Sports. So they're up
they're
kind of
upstairs.
by the mail, by the post office, and welcome everyone to come. Folks are allowed to come once a month to Lift Up for food ongoing, and we want to support that we have a brick and mortar, that we have a permanent distribution site for food. So that's why we took this action, and I wanted people to know that.
Thank you.
And I would just add that the food bank takes donations
Oh,
from
yes.
members of the public who find good shopping deals and would like to help their neighbors out.
And I want to say on the heels of that Rachel is, I think, probably the most dedicated food
No, I think
giver
there's others.
in the community. I think you are every month.
She's
Every
a bargain
month.
shopper, she's a
bargain
coupon
shopper.
shopper.
And they love you.
Give me
Lift
your
Up.
Sunday coupons and I'll
They
make
love
good
you.
use of them.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, and she shares them with
Thank
me.
you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you, Betsy. Let's see, we had the vote on that one? Yeah, Mitzi wanted to add something after that. Okay, now, the next item would be a confirmatory reading of an emergency resolution approving an intergovernmental agreement with the City of Aspen for the Upper Roaring River Management Plan project. Somebody lost the fork on that one, but there we go. John, this is yours, if you'd like to take it away.
Certainly, this is scheduled as a confirmatory reading. The board will note, and the public can see, that there are actually two other confirmatory readings this afternoon as well, one that Jody is participating in. The confirmatory reading is a process that's recognized in the Home Rule Charter. Typically speaking, when the board enacts a resolution or an ordinance, as the case may warrant, the matter is introduced at a first reading in front of the board. If accepted by the board, then it's scheduled for a second reading and a public hearing and discussion by the board and adoption. The Home Rule Charter allows that process to be flipped if there's a set of circumstances that warrant it. It allows for an emergency action to take effect immediately upon vote of the board. But in recognition of the fact that that action can take effect immediately, the charter requires that the matter come back for confirmation in front of the board at a time when a public hearing can be noticed and take place in front of the board, such that if there are any members of the public wanting to comment or that feel that they might be adversely affected, they can put those types of issues in front of the board for consideration before the matter is confirmed. So this is one of the three for today. This matter has to do with a resolution that was enacted through an emergency process to establish an intergovernmental agreement between ourselves and the City of Aspen to conduct a study of the Upper Roaring Fork River from a point of the headwaters, which is all the way up to Independence Lake, to generally an area near the outfall for the Aspen Sanitation District, which is above Jaffe Park, below the confluence of Maroon Creek. The reason it was done by an emergency resolution because this project is on a rather short time frame, with the bulk of the work being anticipated to be done this year. And as a consequence of that sort of compressed time frame, we enacted an emergency ordinance so that the city staff would be assured of their finances and could move forward with the project. The City of Aspen has already approved the IGA. The final terms of the IGA need to be modified somewhat between myself and the city attorney. The City of Aspen has a few items of boilerplate that they would like to insert into the agreement, and I want to expand a little bit on the tasks which will be taken from the existing contract documents and the request for proposals that was sent out for a public review and public procurement process to be incorporated within the body of the IGA. The structure of the IGA runs until the end of 2017 to allow for any reconciliations of accounting and for conclusion of all work. The essential element of the IGA is that both organizations, the City of Aspen and Pitkin County, will contribute up to $100,000 each to complete this Upper Roaring Fork Management Plan or River Study Plan. The idea of the plan is to go out to stakeholders, water rights holders, property owners, members of the public, to assess what all of these groups might envision as an appropriate goal for the Roaring Fork River in terms of stream flow. It's possible to have a healthy stream flow at many different levels and then to recognize that water from the river can be put to other beneficial uses, but at a certain point there is a discussion of a community target and what is appropriate for river flows and what the community would like to see. Following that type of discussion and community outreach, there will be a process wherein different strategies will be explored and developed and potentially executed, but for the most part just discussed and developed with the various stakeholders as a means of going forward to reach these established flow targets or flow goals. The success of the project, I think, will be measured on the ability of the consultants to elicit participation from the public and stakeholders in the river, not necessarily to enact concrete measures to change diversion practices or use practices on the river. So with that, I would ask the board to entertain any public comment and confirm the previously enacted emergency resolution.
Okay, great, thank you. Let me open the public hearing. Is there anyone here to comment on the confirmatory reading of the emergency resolution approving an intergovernmental agreement with the City of Aspen and the Upper Roaring Fork River Management Plan project? There being none, I will close the public hearing. And I just wanted to mention really quickly, John, that this is from QQ and Jim Pocran at the River District. They're looking for stakeholders to review the progress so far on the integrated water management planning project and provide direction going forward. And they're particularly looking for anyone who already has stream plans or river plans to plug the information in. So as you said, it is important to kind of get this going, and as we have some results, to make sure we're plugging it into the larger Colorado River Basin Roundtable Plan. Thank you.
And just for the board's acknowledgement, I guess, or information, as well as the public, a similar effort was conducted on the Lower Crystal and was concluded, well, I can't remember if it was last year or the year before. And the results of that study will also be passed on to the Basin Roundtable.
Yeah, that's really helpful. And they're having a large meeting on this. Unfortunately, it's going to be Tuesday, August 16th, which I think I forwarded to your office to see if Lisa or someone else can attend. So, okay, thank you very much. We've had the public hearing. Is there a motion?
I have a question.
Oh, Patty, sorry.
John, you said there was like boilerplate language the city wanted to entertain into this agreement. Has that been done, or you're just giving us a heads up that there could
No,
be some
there'll be
changes?
a couple of
Okay,
changes.
and you're comfortable moving forward with that? Okay.
Absolutely.
Steve?
And reading over this, I started thinking about possible project or projects that maybe could put more water in the Roaring Fork River going through Aspen. And the most logical source of that water would be Salvation Ditch water, which is a big water right. And it made me think of in the Coachella Valley in California, which of course goes by different rules than by Colorado water law. The Metropolitan Water District of Los Angeles paid for efficiency and transit improvements to the Coachella Valley Canal.
Well, that's what this study will
Yeah.
look at, the various
So
opportunities that we have, so.
I just wanted to put that out there that, we should look at possibility of efficiency things or maybe exchange things with Salvation Ditch as a means of getting more water in the hole going here through town.
Yeah, I think that the study will be looking at all the opportunities that we can find. So,
Yeah.
thank you. Is there a motion to approve?
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Thanks, John.
Okay, thank you, John. The next item, ordinance approving agricultural lease for the Coke Ovens space, open space, Coke Ovens open space. Paul, just introduce yourself, please.
My name is Paul Holsinger. I am the Conservation Easement and Agricultural Steward for the Picken County Open Space and Trails Department. And I'm here to talk about agricultural lease for Coke Ovens open space. And just as background, this property was purchased back in April of 2016. It's about 35 acres, and I'll show you on the map here. The Carbondale is about 15 miles north of Redstone here. Here is the town center, and the property sits just behind those historic Coke ovens that have been rehabilitated and have some signs up. And it's this yellow line right here. As I said, the property was purchased back in April, and in discussions with staff and kind of what we could do to start improving this and maintaining this property while we wait to develop a management plan. We talked with staff, we talked with Open Space and Trails Board about putting this property out to lease for an agricultural producer or a lessee like that. And it was decided that it would make sense for us to get that out there so we can maintain the water rights and take care of the noxious weeds, since our trail crew is spread thin throughout this end of the valley mostly already. So we made the decision, put that out to bid with our agricultural lease bid process. We started advertising on May 10th this year, and we advertised in the newspapers, our Open Space and Trails Projects website, direct emails to folks who have expressed interest in agriculture in the valley, and also put up flyers up and down Redstone Boulevard to see if we could find interested parties. After all that, it closed June 10th for applications, came in June 10th. Open Space and Trails received one application for the property. It happened to be a organization that ran that operation 2 years prior. They took a brief hiatus, and that group was Avalanche Outfitters, LLC. They are proposing running outfitting and horse stable, horse rides, equestrian kind of operation out of that property, as well as they'll be continuing some sleigh rides and carriage rides up and down Redstone Boulevard. The past 2 years they've been operating out of the Redstone Inn, which sits right here, and they've leased this property across highway here. They've been looking to get back on the property since it's not a good scene to try and cross the highway there with a string of horses. They also own a piece of property over here, so they could put this operation together. We offered this property for 2 years, actually the lease term ending on December 31st, 2017, which is when we're anticipating starting a full-on management planning process. So they'd be taking over as an interim management step for open space and trails. And they were comfortable with that. They proposed an annual lease rate of $3,600, which our selection committee, which was made up of Gary Tenenbaum, Dale Will, and Ted O'Brien, thought that was appropriate. And given their history with the property and history with outfitting and maintaining equestrian properties, they also thought that that was appropriate, given that the alternative would be sending a crew there, once a day or even twice a day to either switch water or pull weeds or maintain fencing. And it was a good choice in their minds for us to lease that out. So again, they'll be running an outfitting and horseback riding, guided trips. They also have the Forest Service special use permit up Coal Creek Road there, so it fits in with their operation. And on June 14th, we presented this to the Open Space and Trails Board, and they recommended that this lease be approved by the BOCC. And thinking about this as an agricultural lease, even though they are more recreation-based, we're leasing basically the agricultural aspects of the property to them, and they're maintaining that aspect of the property, the fencing, the irrigated acreage, controlling noxious weeds. So that's where we thought it would fit. It fits within our process. If you guys have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Michael?
This is for John Ely. John, does the commercial aspect of this lease conform with an agricultural lease?
The commercial aspect, I believe,
the horseback ride, the sled rides, the guided tours, the whole thing. So that people pay for a service of riding a horse.
Right. It is not inconsistent for uses on the property based on the acquisition by Open Space and Trails. It is not typical for inclusion within the county's usual agricultural leases, simply because those agricultural leases on, the Glacier property or someplace like that are for strictly agricultural purposes and not involve public recreation or something like that. So this is out of the ordinary, but consistent with the use of that particular property, and it was anticipated at the time of the acquisition.
And you're comfortable labeling it an agricultural lease?
I'm comfortable with it as it's part of an overall use of the property. There are simply ancillary uses associated with this ag lease, so it's fine. If the board feels more comfortable, we can change the title simply to say agricultural and outfitting lease, perhaps, something like that.
So, but does it set a precedent for taking other agricultural properties and running some sort of ancillary business on the property?
No, in fact, the county charter would prohibit that.
So the county charter would prohibit that on other properties, but we can allow it on this property?
Yes, and in fact, this has been a use that's been associated with this property, well, for some period of time. I'm not sure how far back it goes, but for some period of time. So in other words, say on a different agricultural property that we maintain and lease, say the Emma open space as another example, we can't, pursuant to the Home Rule Charter, decide to change uses on that property and convert it to something else, housing or commercial activity or anything, or public recreation or anything like that. We cannot, pursuant to the charter, convert use of open space acquired assets, that is to say, assets acquired by Pickens County with the Open Space and Trails Restricted Fund to some other use. They have to be maintained consistent with their historic use or uses that have been particularly identified by the BOCC at the time of the acquisition.
Yeah, I don't know how the board feels, but I'd be more comfortable with at least a title change, agricultural and outfitting, because I don't want people to think that they can embark on other projects on our land.
Thank you. Steve, and then Patty.
I've thought about, for years and years, about whether horses are should be considered agricultural or not. And in fact, the first BOCC meeting that I ever spoke at when I was in my, probably 40 or 50 years ago, had to do with a horse operation where I actually made the statement that I didn't think horses should be considered, or recreational horses should be considered recreational. And I've thought about that ever since. And horses, in fact, over the years have had a very strong agricultural element. And the recreational horses are a more recent addition, but horses even today are used for meat. They're used for production of estrogen for human use. They're used for draft animals for working and for herding livestock and transporting people. And the recreational use of horses is really a much more recent thing. So I think that just in general, horses should be considered an agricultural use, no matter what the horse is being used for, because it's using the grass is really the product that the open space land is producing, and this is a way to harvest the grass that is growing and to produce some income and take care of the land, the weeds, the water rights, and all of that.
Patty's up next. Okay, Patty, and then George.
Yeah, John, if we were to take, say, the Emma open space and want to change use, it would go back to the voters, correct?
Exactly.
We'd have to go back to voters. So the fact that this parcel, when we purchased it, we delineated the fact there was a recreational use on it.
Coupled with the fact that there has been previous activity of the same nature when we acquired the
So
property.
we set the path in that language.
Yes.
So I don't necessarily have a problem adding the word recreation to the agricultural lease state if the rest of the board is more comfortable with that.
I just said outfitting.
Oh, outfitting? Whatever language, but I'm comfortable with it either way. I just think we need to move the lease forward.
Thank you, Patty. George?
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think we should just add, if it's outfitting, that's fine, just to make it a little clearer that it's not a pure agricultural lease.
Sure. Okay, that makes sense to me. As others have said, it was certainly contemplated at the time of purchase, and, I don't want to get crazy on the various definitions, but the folks leasing the agricultural land in the Glacier area are going to be selling their products commercially. So, those are commercial leases in a sense. They're commercial ag leases, and this is commercial. And then if we go to Department of Revenues and Tom Isaac's office about who qualifies for an agricultural tax exemption or not, it has a lot to do with whether they're a working horse or whether they're pleasure horses or, on and on.
You have to have raised horses.
You have to have raised horses.
You have to have a horse that you're breeding to raise to sell. That qualifies as agricultural. It doesn't, you can't have a horse on a property and say, I've got agricultural land.
But you can have horses that you've purchased to train to sell and things like that. I mean, I'm just saying it's a sticky wicket when you get in there and you hear it, you have it heard in front of the state hearing board at a certain level when those protests are made. But I do agree with the name change, and I would open the public hearing. Is there anyone from the public here to comment on the ordinance approving the agricultural lease for the Coke Ovens open space? There being no one here to comment on that, I'll close that public hearing and move it back to the board for a motion.
I'll move to approve the ordinance authorizing an agricultural lease of the Coke Ovens open space.
Second?
Okay, it has been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? There are none. Thank you very much. We will now move on.
Thank you.
Thanks, Paul. Appreciate that. To confirmatory reading, emergency resolution authorizing stormwater intergovernmental agreement with the city of Aspen.
Now's
This
your
is
turn.
Jody's turn.
Welcome back. Hope you're feeling better.
Thank you.
Okay.
This is a second reading confirmatory hearing regarding the IGA with the City of Aspen and Pickens County on the library stormwater management plan from our June 22nd emergency resolution. The The reason that that emergency resolution was brought forward was that this is associated with the library certificate of occupancy to be able to close that project out. And so we did bring that through. One of the reasons that it came so late was our surveying for the final documents from SGM and the other documents that needed to be done from the Mill Street sidewalk improvement, and various things just came in really late. They actually came in like a week before this came to you guys, so, and then we opened up 2 weeks later. So this is second reading. Again, this management plan is all about us agreeing to take care of and our inspections and grounds care, the debris, the paver systems, pumps, vaults, everything that is associated with the stormwater from the Pickens County Library. And I'm happy to answer any
Patty
questions.
is up first.
Yeah, just real quick, did we ever find out how they measured that half a tree?
I did. I did go and look at, there's nothing been installed to monitor how much.
The water,
But we can install a sensor, or we can look at the rainfall.
right. But there was a specific measuring when they were doing what the ground cover was, and they measured like 2.5 trees.
Yeah.
We don't know where that half a tree, okay. I didn't think I don't think somebody just, maybe it could have been, I don't know. But I do understand the water issues as far as if they have to respond at just certain, like 2 inches, 2.6 inches of water. I think we'll do the best job that we can under the circumstances, and if we have significant rainfalls, I think we'll be on top of it. Like you said, water does run downhill.
And we manage this on all of our buildings.
Okay, thanks, Jody.
Thank you, Jody. Let me go ahead and open the public hearing. This is the confirmatory reading, emergency resolution authorizing stormwater intergovernmental agreement with the City of Aspen. Anyone here to comment on that? There being none, I will close the public hearing. Steve?
Jody, I have a question. I was wondering who is going to maintain all the different screens and whatnot? Would that be county employees or city employees or a private contractor or a combination of all?
It'll be a combination of third-party inspectors, which we're required to hire and bring in. And then there's also the reporting, and a lot of it will be handled in-house, but those things that we cannot do, we'll definitely be hiring those out. And we're required to keep a record, a report, and submit that annually to the city. So those records will be on our website as well at some point.
Very good. Board, do we have a motion?
Move to approve? Second.
Okay, moved by George, seconded by Michael. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. There we go. Thank you, Jody. Thank you for all your work on these projects. We really appreciate it. And the last item
Did you do a public hearing on that?
Yes, I did. Thank you. Confirmatory reading, emergency resolution for the memorandum of understanding between the Colorado Department of Human Services and Pickens County Board of County Commissioners to administer Title 4E waiver demonstration interventions, including family engagement and permanency roundtables. Kim DuBois, please.
Hi, good afternoon. This is the second reading in the confirmatory hearing, and we actually presented this on 6/22 for the first reading of 2016, and the reason for that, the emergency that we were facing, is that we just found out that we actually received funding on the 10th of June, and so we had to send a signed memorandum of understanding back via our director the 30th of June 30th of 2016, which we did, and we also sent a copy of the resolution that resulted in the 6/22 hearing.
Okay.
Did you need any more information on that?
Well, in general, what does a 4E waiver do?
Yeah, so the 4E waiver is actually federal funding that was distributed to every state, but the waiver is really to use that funding differently than it was intended to. And so the state of Colorado applied for this, I think, over 5 years ago, and they decided to have 5 different interventions for families so that we could better serve them and hopefully impact things on the front end so that we wouldn't end up with children who are in out-of-home placement or in foster care and that kind of thing to really, so the result, what the whole intent is to support the families and to hopefully keep kids in their families. There are 5 interventions. We applied for 2. One is family engagement and the other is permanency roundtables. And basically those are both facilitated meetings that happen on a regular basis with families and kids to make decisions and to provide ongoing support as needed.
Thank you, Kim. Board member questions? Steve?
Kim, there are the different interventions are listed that the counties can use, including family engagement, permanency roundtables, which both of those are checked off on our thing.
Right.
And then 2 that are not checked off, kinship supports and trauma-informed screening, assessment, and so on. So is that in fact what we do, just the 2 interventions are what we use currently and not the other 2?
Actually, we provide all of them. We just don't get funding through the 4E waiver for some of them. So the kinship support, we actually work with Garfield County to provide that, and that's really just to, again, if kids are going to be living with kin, we try to really support them so that they can continue that and kids can be in their family system. And so that has been happening for 3 years with Garfield County. And the other piece, the trauma-informed work, we're already doing that. We're just not doing it in the same way that they're suggesting through the 4E waiver. The 4E waiver is pretty prescriptive, but we're still providing that intervention just in a different way.
Okay, I was curious,
Yeah.
since it's actually on the definitions
Right,
page that
right.
2 of them are checked off and the other 2 weren't,
Right.
so I was curious about that.
Right. Fortunately, with the trauma-informed work, we're already doing a lot of that work with our mental health center and other service providers in our work with families. So we have the luxury of already having that process moving forward.
I would just add that it was through Colorado Counties, Inc. and National Association of Counties that Colorado pursued being able to have this sort of waiver to the program.
Right.
So essentially, instead of waiting until a family has disintegrated to a point where public intervention is necessary for the health and safety of the child, this is being applied more to families who kind of screen out and are not considered rising to that level of intervention, but yet we know could use some assistance to further strengthen the family and keep them from falling onto the other side of that line. And so it's been very, very helpful to be able to be preventative as opposed to just reactionary.
Right.
And so I really wanted to thank Cindy Domenico as a Boulder County Commissioner who really led that charge, and Susan Beckman, who I believe was from Jefferson County.
Yeah, and I would love to come back at some point in time and just share the results of this, because I think that we see the impact on the front line, and it's been very noticeable, and not just for us, but for families that enter into our system for whatever reason. So, yeah, I'd love to share that sometime.
Okay, well, let me open the public hearing. Is there anyone here to comment on the public hearing for the confirmatory reading of the emergency resolution for memorandum of understanding between Colorado Department of Human Services and the Pickens County Board of Commissioners to administer the Title 4E waiver demonstration interventions? Being no one here to comment, I will close that public hearing and bring it back to the board for a motion.
So moved.
Okay, Patty
Second.
has the first, Steve has the second. Any further discussion? All in favor, I signify by saying aye. Aye. Thank you. We are going to take a 15-minute break now, and for members of the public, we're going to hear the Larson extension of vested rights first, and then the Nakagawa annual review. Then the last item will be the Lot 20 Little Cloud LLC site plan review. So thank you. We're on break for 15 minutes.
You run into something you don't even notice.
Chair. Welcome, everyone. It is Wednesday, July 13th, just about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and we are moving on to our land use items. You've tuned into the Board of County Commissioners regular meeting. The first item up is the Larson extension of vested rights. Suzanne, please take it away.
Thanks, Rachel. Suzanne Wolf for Community Development. I'm here with Matt Larson. I think you all might remember this property had a long history. It's off of Snowmass Creek Road, right at the intersection of Shieldo Road.
Turn the light off for just a moment.
Yeah, if you want a quick visual, that shows you the location of the property, right at that intersection with the road. This went through some pretty extensive approvals, first to establish an activity envelope, then to approve a site plan. And then when Matt purchased the property, he actually came in and amended that site plan. And through that whole sort of long process, it's obviously a very constrained property, not necessarily constrained in that it's undevelopable, but it is limited in its development potential. So through those site plan reviews, we worked pretty extensively to come up with something that could work. And Matt came back to, once he'd really looked at it, to find something that would work for them. The floor area in the property is limited to a little over 3,000 square feet. That was part of the site plan approval. Has a height limitation. I mean, we worked pretty hard to find something that would work on this property. The intention was to move forward and submit a building permit and move forward with this project. And unfortunately, Matt has had some medical issues unforeseen that came up and has been unable at this point to proceed. Currently, this is vested until January of 2017, but Matt is now asking, knowing that he won't be proceeding immediately with a building permit before that deadline, is asking for a 3-year extension of the vested rights on the property. In this case, I mean, a lot of times our conversations here revolve around what are the benefits to the county from an extension of vested rights, and I think this is one of those cases where we really got what can work on this property, and I don't think there's more benefit to be received, you know, on either side, that we've come up with a plan that works for this property. It limits the size of the house that's possible, and so I think I don't think there's more to bring to the table at this point for this, and we're recommending approval of the extension.
George.
So I understand there isn't much more you could bring forward, but I think one of the rationales for asking for an extension is to have some sort of public benefit. So that's one concern of mine. But more to the case is we just spent the last several weeks working with ComDev in terms of looking at our new energy codes and upgrading those codes. And we're hoping to see those get into ordinance by next January. And so if we extend this vesting right, then this applicant would not necessarily have to fall under those new energy codes?
They would. Anything building code, energy code would fall under rules of general applicability. So once they are effective, they are effective for anyone. The vested rights are only protected against changes in the land use code, but not against those rules of general applicability.
And then my last question is, why wouldn't staff just recommend a 1-year extension versus a 3-year extension?
I can, well.
I mean, we've supported the request. Again, a 3-year is standard up front when the request is made. Again, I think circumstances in terms of not knowing what timing will be in this case, we were comfortable giving it another 3-year extension and not necessarily foreseeing changes in our code that would affect this property within that time frame.
You know, oddly enough, the flip side of vested rights is that if, given they all have an expiration date, depending on when you extend or don't extend, they're there to push development to happen sooner, and I don't know, please do it now before your rights expire. And if they're not extended, it potentially is a cost to the applicant to come back in, whether it's renewing the old or trying to get something new, and in a situation where the codes haven't changed and which is not going to change, it wasn't a larger master plan like we see many times of various variances. you know, it's a little bit of a challenge, but again, I'm just saying the flip side is to say, well, we're doing 3 years vested rights always, and please, everyone build as quickly as you can so that, you know, your rights don't expire. And I certainly agree with pursuing greater public benefit, especially when there's been any number of, on other parcels and larger subdivisions of variances and, you know, trade-off of exactions, perhaps would be a good way to say it. On something like this, I'm less sure of that, or that it's really valuable to push it to development sooner.
Could I just comment briefly and tell you why?
In just 1 second, after we finish, but we'll do that. Any other board questions for Suzanne?
No, not for Suzanne, I just have general comments.
Okay. Michael?
Suzanne, what are the provisions for extension of vested rights?
The provisions are listed in the memo, but just quickly, compliance with any conditions that were required to be met up to this point in time.
Has that happened?
I'm sorry?
Has that happened?
Basically, the only thing that was required was recording the site plan.
Okay.
Before moving forward. Progress in pursuing, so again, it's progress in pursuing the project to date, including efforts to, you know, obtain permits. They have not moved to obtain permits for stated reasons. Nature and extent of any benefits already received by the county as a result of the project, and really none were required to this point. Obviously, there are certain exactions that occur when a building permit comes through, so those would be applicable. And then the needs of the county and the applicant that would be served by the approval of the extension or reinstatement request. So those are...
Did the community development see any needs of the county?
That would be served by the approval? You know, again, I guess if it's a question of, you know, development now versus development within the next 3 years, you know, again, I don't think we see any needs that are not met by not approving it in terms of, again, any foreseeable changes in our land use code that would affect, again, a property that is limited in its potential and limited specifically by those development approvals. We felt that was met.
Okay.
And, you know, I just think it's worth it for the record that the illnesses that you suffered were quite severe and a hardship in terms of being able to pursue a project like this. And I think that that's certainly part of our consideration. And sir, if you would like to introduce yourself and give us any comments now.
My name is Matt Larson. My wife and I own the property up in Shieldo of the Shieldo neighborhood of the Old Valley, Old Snowmass Valley. It's a very special valley for me. We used to, as a kid, we would camp at the beaver ponds below Snowmass Lake. And we bought this property. It is not a round wheel, but that allowed us to afford it. And so I think you guys had pointed it out that was, you know, this was kind of a non-traditional affordable housing. And we fully intended to develop it. We have completed a soils test to date. We had a water well drilled and completed. We obtained our OWTS permit and installed the septic system. The electrical was recently trenched, and we have preliminary engineering and architectural plans. So it's always been a dream to get out of the hustle of Denver and move up here to a better quality of life and hopefully start a family. And then in May of 2015, out of nowhere, I had 2 very violent grand mal seizures, the force of which dislocated and fractured both shoulders and broke T5 and T7 in my back. I was rushed to the hospital where I was diagnosed with brain cancer. 2 weeks later, I had a surgery that lasted 5 hours to remove the tumor, which was about the size of a golf ball. And I was awake for the 5 hours as they scooped about a golf ball sized chunk of my brain out. I subsequently went through radiation, lost all my hair while doing a low dose of chemo. And then I've been on a double dose of chemo for the past year, and that will continue at least through this fall or winter. So it's been a tough go, and we never anticipated it. And so I'm kind of begging for your mercy and compassion.
Thank you.
The prognosis is uncertain. If the tumor if the cancer does not come back, I can expect to live potentially decades. If it comes back, my goose is probably cooked. And the odds of the cancer coming back are 50-50.
Thank you. George?
Suzanne, it sounds like that the applicant has done some work on the property, so I thought that once work had started, that moves a building permit into motion?
The actual, those are all pieces that lead to it, but it's the actual submitting a complete building permit within that vested period that moves you forward. I guess maybe it's, John, for you, the question of what is it, statutory vesting versus, or common law versus our statutory vesting. And maybe John can speak to that aspect.
Yeah, because I thought there was another property, I think, up on the hill here that it was sort of a different situation, but they had to show that they were doing some work on the property to put into effect that building permit, and it seemed to work.
Once the building permit had been issued, to keep the permit alive. I think that's the scenario you're referring to. Yeah, yeah. So different.
There's an overlap of administrative procedures within the county, as well as statutory and common law vested rights, as well as what we recognize as a vested right, which is always an enlargement of the statutory or common law vested right. So if you get a site-specific development plan for a piece of property, you have automatically 3 years within which to act on that site-specific development plan. If the board, for example, enlarges that to 5 years or 10 years, then the time is increased. And sometimes now there's a request to enlarge an original period, so it keeps tracking out. If during that time, or before the lapse of that time, an individual or a property owner submits for a building permit, then that time is then extended while that building permit is reviewed. If the building permit is issued, then the building permit itself will allow that vested right, in effect, to stay alive and active. And typically that will run for at least 1 year, even if no work has been completed, and then will continue if some work is being done to further what was permitted under the building permit. If, when someone actually gets a building permit and expends some substantive amount of money and effort in pursuing that building permit, then you become common law vested to an extent, as long as that building activity is not abandoned or discontinued. So there are a lot of different triggers that take advantage of all those different mechanisms to keep an earlier approval alive.
Okay. Yeah, as we have in our memo listed the criteria that the BOCC shall consider, any one of these can become paramount for us. It's not a checklist where you have to have all 5. But the progress made in pursuing the project to date, including and the effort to obtain any other permits, such as building permits, and the expenditures made by the applicant in pursuing the project. I would certainly think that trenching for electric and installing the on-site wastewater treatment system, other activities show the intention and due diligence towards that progress. And to that end, I will, open the public hearing and
I'll
see.
comment after the public hearing.
Okay. Are there members of the public who would like to comment on the Larson extension of vested rights? Please, ma'am, come forward and just state your name for the record.
My name is Sally Schatz. I know a lot of you from years in the Valley. I've lived in Shildo Homeowners Association. First time was, I guess, 1988, 89, and I owned property out there and lived out there for 18 years and now rebuilding a home there. And the Larsons and I were on the same track for building this summer, and it was really kind of an exciting thing to get to know my new neighbors and to be building at the same time, and the excitement of working through all these different decisions together. And as we've kept in touch over it, sorry, my concerns about his health, and it's a hard thing to build a house. and to balance work and life and everything. And to add on to that, add on to that, the illness he's been dealing with and the effects of chemotherapy. I would just like to ask you all to take that in consideration. They have been moving forward. I think I know who the contractor is. It's kind of mine. And they they have been doing everything to, except for the itty-bitty details of getting the permit together. So, thanks.
Thank you very much for
I can share
attending,
it with
Sally. We appreciate that. Any other public comment? Okay, there being none, I'll close the public comment hearing and bring it back to the board for comments and a motion. Patty?
Yeah, comments and a motion or a
Yeah.
motion?
Well, a motion and then comments, whatever way you like to do it.
Yeah, I'm going to support this vested rights request, not just because of the health issues, which I take very seriously, of course, after having lived through some traumatic events in my own personal life with my husband. It tends to take your normal life and shatter it for a period of time. The other thing is that because of the litigation, the appeal process and everything that went on, that also stalled this process moving forward in a reasonable time frame. That I think this is a very, very obvious decision on my part to support this and move it forward.
Is that a motion?
Can I ask Patty a question?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Patty, would you support a 5-year vesting because of the, I would like to relieve the applicant of any stress and
I would support a 5-year vesting.
any thought that he needs to come back in 3 years, so he has 5 years to relax.
I definitely support 5 years,
Make that a
Michael.
motion, please.
I'll make a motion to do a Larson extension of vested rights for a period of 5 years.
Second.
Okay. Additional comments, Steve?
I'm sort of a near neighbor of the property. I live over on the Capitol Creek side, and a month or so ago, I drove by there and I realized that you had not built your house. And not knowing didn't know your health situation at that time because we hadn't gotten the packet material, but so soon after I was wondering why your house wasn't built, then I realized why it wasn't, and I wholly agree with giving a longer vesting period, and I sincerely hope that you can get your home built and live for many long and healthy years and enjoy the Snowmass Creek Valley, because it is a beautiful place.
Very good, thank you. Any further board comments? This is very clear cut. This is unlike, again, larger subdivisions that come in and are trying to game a system. We all wish you well and your health to improve. Thank you. So, Suzanne?
What Mike just mentioned to me, I guess in the code, it does say if it's more than 3 years, there's a requirement for a development agreement. Is that, I'll look to John to see if that's...
Is that in a subdivision or for a single lot?
I'm just
Since
reading.
he's looking at the code, and I'm not...
I just heard more than 3 years, and it made me remember a code section. So 2-20-170, C2, vested right may be vested for a longer period than 3 years through the use of a development agreement. So it sounds like the board would have to...
Well, that's a maybe.
It's a may. I know we've done that in the past. Usually that's at the request of the seems like that's usually at the request of the property owner in order to fix particulars of the development approval, house size being the most important one. So I think the board is free to go with a fixed amount of years or a set time, and then if the Larsons want to have a development agreement, we can certainly generate one.
Yeah, thanks for pointing that out, Mike. As long as it's not a shall, we're in good state.
Take the may and move it forward.
Okay. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Thank you,
Thank
and
you.
Godspeed.
Enjoy that beautiful day.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay. We're now going to move to the Nakagawa Annual Review for the 2015 Nakagawa Commercial Activities.
One John must remember. I was here for the first one.
No, that's right. God, please don't spill anything. I cleaned the carpet underneath you there, John. And the table.
After I cleaned it.
After she, whatever.
I'm dry though.
That's my, fill the whole thing with coffee and on the carpet. I know, I was saying that. You see, I brought your bottle up from yesterday. I didn't know if that was a keeper bottle.
It is.
Is it?
Okay, I'm going to hit the lights for a few minutes, and we want to start with explaining the map.
Yep.
Thanks.
Did it come up there? Mike Kramer with Community Development.
Beverly Hills.
And this is the Nakagawa annual review for the 2015 operations at the Nakagawa property. And I put this map up and we're a little bit tinted on it, but basically these are the two, yeah, maybe switch that light over a little bit.
That's better.
This is the recorded site plan for the properties, and the Nakagawa's own property at 24041 Highway 82, and on the property there exists a residence right here, and Hitor and Jimmy Nakagawa are the owners of the property. And in 2012, the BOCC approved a special review use for building materials and landscaping storage. And what that gave the applicant the ability to do is store Nakagawa landscaping business equipment at the subject property. And we had parameters in a site plan that got approved about where storage could occur and where it could not occur. And the applicant has been in conformance with that, and we've been moving forward with their annual reviews over the years. And last year, the applicants in Nakagawa's purchased, or I should say 2 years ago, purchased the vacant lot to the west, and that's this one right here. And you may notice as you're going up and down Highway 82, it was at one time owned by Telio Cerise, and the Nakagawa's purchased it, and the board granted another special review for building materials and landscaping storage. And we call this property the east property, or east parcel, and we call this one the west parcel. And with the approval from the board last year, the applicants had the ability to build a 1,000 square foot commercial building for the Nakagawa business. And with that, they would basically vacate the storage and landscaping and business equipment storage on this parcel, and then centralize all the activities for the two parcels kind of in the middle of the two. And through that, the applicant would be submitting for a building permit and be constructing the 1,000 square foot commercial building with that approval. And the applicants are, I've been told, moving forward with that, and they will be submitting for a building permit shortly, as I've been told. So with a lot of our special reviews we do with the board, we have conditions of those approvals, and they're in the form of the resolution. And one of them was to have a public hearing every year for the previous year's operations, and that's what we're doing here today. So this was publicly noticed, and if you remember, we've had neighbors to the east and the west who have participated in the previous public hearings, and I'm not sure if they're here today yet, but this is a public hearing and they can comment if they want to. So the board has the previous resolution, and there were a number of conditions that staff outlined in the memo. A few of them, I'll just highlight the ones that I highlighted in the memo. One of the requirements of the west parcel, that's this parcel right here, was that there were going to be no storage of Nakagawa business equipment or landscaping equipment on that property until the new commercial building was constructed. And just driving up and down the highway, I've personally noticed that there has been storage of that equipment and those vehicles on that property, and that is not in conformance with their previous approval. Staff notified the applicant of that. We did a site visit at the property. He has subsequently removed that equipment and those vehicles from the west parcel, and they are aware of the requirement that they cannot store that equipment and vehicles at that property until the new building is constructed. There were also materials stored on the property, and staff did ask the applicant about the materials, and Nakagawa's stated that they're going to be using those materials for the new commercial building that will be forthcoming for this property. And that's not out of commonplace for applicants to do that when an activity envelope and site plan has been approved and is vested with this, that future building materials do get stored prior to pulling a permit. And we can talk to the applicant about that if the board has questions about it.
The second part of it was that there is a requirement, and it's hard to see on the site plan, but there is a requirement that a wooden fence get built along the property line, and I was calling this the west property line in the memo. And then also a requirement for another wooden fence, and these are 6-foot wooden privacy fences, and as you're traveling up and down Highway 82, you probably notice the Nakagawa's wooden fences there, and they're very nice looking and pleasant. And we asked them to actually be consistent with the west parcel and put another fence here, and then another fence along the western property line. And the purpose of that was to screen the western neighbor from the activities, and it makes total sense, and they did accomplish the western fence here along this area. But what they haven't done yet was put a western fence, privacy fence here yet. And I think Doug here has got some pictures of that area. It's a chain fence, a chain link fence, and then there's a berm that's also along this western property boundary, and it is very well screened. And I'm not sure how applicable it would be to put 2 fences in that vicinity. I think that the screening has been completely accomplished with the landscaping and the existing wooden fence, and that's another topic that they'd like to talk to the board about.
As I recall, the neighbor on the western side was very upset at the time about having just a kind of raw chain link fence installed on that property line on the berm, and that it was not aesthetically pleasing to that neighbor, and we discussed that the western fence would be something that the neighbor agreed to and supported and liked, and similar, hopefully, to the other wooden fences. But it really was in response to having just suddenly seen a pretty, junkyard type of chain link fence put up in that neighborhood and not considered to be aesthetically appropriate. So at least for myself, I'm not as interested in pulling back on that restriction, but that seems to me to be the history of it as we heard it.
Can I just comment on that, Rachel?
Yeah, please, Patty.
I think my take from that was that the neighbor was really primarily concerned about the condition of the berm. The berm was a mess at that time, and that was going to be one of the first things that the Nakagawas addressed, was bringing that berm up to some kind of standard. It was sloughing off, it was boulders rumbling, river rock. And so driving by, you can see that they've done some really nice work on the western parcel. But I don't know what the condition of the berm is on the other side. So that would be of interest to me.
Yeah, and I would just like to see a letter from the neighbor saying that they don't want a second fence, or to see the chain link fence replaced before I would like to move on that item. Okay, Steve?
Yeah, I believe that chain link fence was built by the Melbys, who were the original owners of the house to the west. But then the berm kind of pushed against it and was knocking that over. So this photograph doesn't show the condition on the other side of the berm, which
Steve, are the Melbys still the
I think
current
having
owner?
the neighbor say that it's looking much better, that would be good.
Yeah, I'd like to hear
Can
from
I
the
just
neighbor.
ask you, are the Melbys still the current owners?
No,
There's just a tenant on the west side, doesn't he?
Oh, that guy was the tenant who was.
He's not the owner of the property.
Yeah, so.
He was representing them before.
Exactly, yes.
Yeah.
But again, as their representative, whether it's a tentative or whatever, I'd like to hear from them before I would lift that condition. George?
Mike, it seems like even from the very beginning, we've imposed requirements on the applicant. And each time we come back for review, we've heard that we've had to police the property, and things have not gotten done, and probably would not have gotten done unless staff had actually gone down and seen it. So it seems like that there's sort of a moral issue almost, in terms of, hey, we're giving you the right to utilize this property, but you need to address all the requirements, and we're having to police this all the time. And I remember on the west end, when we said there was not going to be any storage along that alleyway on the east side, and there was, and we addressed the materials there, and there was an assumption that those materials would be used at some point, but but I think it came out that those materials were really leftovers from jobs that have been completed. So I'm concerned that they're really not following the letter of the law in terms of what we're asking them to do. And we're having to sort of constantly check on them and then tell them to do it. And I'm having a problem with that.
I would definitely not disagree with that. And you're right, there were requirements on the east parcel for storage. And if I could show you on the map too, the area you were talking about, George, was this area right here. And I think the Nakagawas had snow blowers parked over there, and then there was discussion among the board about
householdy stuff.
if it was personal items or if they were Nakagawa business items. So in this last site visit last week that staff did, this area has been cleaned up and is in conformance with the previous approval. And yes, we do police it. We have talked with the Nakagawas about violations, and we do attempt to get it cleaned up.
Okay. Just playing off of what George had said, I recall from the site visit that one of the other issues was that within the garage, instead of storing a lot of equipment, was again back to being a lot of personal stuff. Are the snow blowers and that equipment now being stored in the garage, or where are they being stored on site?
I didn't go in the garage, and we can ask Jimmy when it's his turn. But with the approved plan, they have the ability to store snow blowers, and I can't see the other. Rachel, you might be able to see those right there, but I think it says equipment.
Bobcats or?
Yeah, equipment,
Yeah,
snow
Suzanne
plows,
might be
snow
able to read it
blowers,
from-
air compressors, and then some building materials, flagstone, cinder blocks, bricks. And those are stored here behind the fence that they constructed.
Thank you. Patty, and then we'll let Mike continue his
So
presentation.
for the most part, the majority of the requirements when we did this site visit last time have been met, other than the storage of some of their equipment on the west parcel. Storage of equipment, not of supplies, not of building materials. So we remedied that, told them that they can't do that until they actually have their building permit or in their 1,000 square foot storage area, right?
That's correct.
And the other thing is now, I don't know if we had a time frame on building that fence along the west parcel, so that'll be coming up for discussion. But on the other hand, most of the issues we had at the time of our site visit have been resolved.
I would say that's accurate.
Thank you.
Thank you. And please continue with your presentation.
Okay. I didn't have much more to add. Those were the highlights, and staff has outlined the site-specific conditions in the memo. And we have drafted up a resolution for your consideration, and it has our standard conditions that we put on this property: no day-to-day operations, no retail sales, things like that. And we are going to carry forward that if there are any notice of violations or red tags that we issue to the property, we will immediately bring it to the Board of County Commissioners for review.
If there's no more questions from Michael?
Can we revoke this approval? Should they come forward with a red tag, and Michael brings it to us and notifies us that there's a red tag on the property for not meeting some condition, at that hearing, can we revoke?
The board can schedule a hearing.
Schedule a hearing.
To consider revocation of an earlier special use approval.
So it should be taken seriously?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions? Doug, I imagine you're presenting on behalf of the applicant?
Sure,
Just
sure.
introduce yourself, please, for the record.
Yes, my name is Doug Pratt. I'm with the Land Studio, and I'm here with Jimmy Nakagawa, who I have been working with from Nakagawa Landscaping most specifically through this process. And I did attend the site visit with Mike and Jimmy to take a look at the property, and did confirm, kind of based on that site visit, there are some masonry materials that are on the west parcel that the Nakagawas would like to use in their building of the 1,000 square foot building that's allowed on the western side. To give a little bit of background on this, they have been working on a building. They have approached the building department about this building. They have structural information for this building. They're lacking a couple of things like building elevations, which we need to continue to work on. So that is in process. And I do have to say that this has been a transition to go from the east side to the west side on this property. I'm hoping that we can get this renewal of this annual review, move forward with the building on the west side of the property, get everything in its final home so that the county is happy, the Nakagawas can use both of their properties, and that they're in compliance with the resolutions of approval that have been granted to them. That being said, there were not vehicles on the western side when we were there. There were some building materials there, like I said, that they would like to use for the construction of the west side building. The east side storage next to the fence had been removed. They had moved it's basically snowplows and those types of things into the area on the east parcel where they're allowed to store things prior to locating on the west parcel when the building is completed. So that's our interpretation, that they can use this. Can I use your pointer?
Oh, yeah. It's this right here, top button.
That they can use this east side to store in prior to the CO of the west side. So that is where they're storing some of their vehicle attachments for snow plowing. With that, there is a photo that I sent around of that is actually a fence that resides right along here. It kind of angles here and here. You can see there's some revegetation of the road that has happened. It's still kind of growing in. You can see an irrigation line and some vegetation. Just as a note, the recorded document actually says that additional fence has to be within the activity envelope. So it is actually not on the property line as this has been recorded. So I guess I would request, one, that it's completely redundant to put it on the edge of the activity envelope because there's already a fence there about 12 feet away maybe. But two, if there is a desire for the fence on the property line, that we would need to put it on maybe amend this site plan to say that it's on the property line and it does not have to be within the activity envelope. Because within the activity envelope, it's really a redundant fence. It's not going to provide any additional screening. On the property line, it would screen, I think some of your references to the previous discussions help screen the berm. So, Jimmy, that's kind of my take on that fence. If that's maybe a discussion point for you, but I would like a little clarity maybe on that as we leave today so we know how to proceed. And we would certainly be able to coordinate issues related to that fence with the neighboring property owner prior to starting that process. Jimmy, do you have any additional presentation? No. Okay. Thank you.
Patty?
So have we haven't, generally, this property elicits neighbor attendance, comments, letters, emails, phone calls. Have we heard from the neighbors at all? I mean, I haven't heard anything.
Staff hasn't heard anything from the neighbors.
And they're aware that you're coming back in for your one-year review?
And as a clarification of that question, of Jimmy, Nakagawa Landscaping is required to notify the neighbors when they're changing over their winter materials to their summer vehicles on the property, and they have sent out that notification.
And had received nothing
as
back?
they changed over this year, and haven't received any input of that.
I think that's important to note.
Okay, thank you. Other board questions or comments? On the fencing issue, I guess it's not that unusual that things get written up a little different than your recollection. But I do recall that was kind of the issue, as Patty has elaborated, and the quality of the berm, the way the berm looked. And I wasn't sure if that berm had an earth moving permit or not. That was so long ago when we first started some of these things. And I'd look to both you, Mike, and our attorney about how to best deal with this going forward. That I really would like to know from the western neighbor, either the tenant with permission to speak for the landowner or the landowner, about whether they would like to see that chain link fence replaced because to hide the berm, and or are they satisfied with it as it is? Until then, I'm not willing to really pull that condition or push it if it's just a redundant fence that's inside and that's how it was written up. But that's my impression. Patty, if you'd like to comment
Yeah,
on
you
that.
know, and it wouldn't hurt to let us see a picture of the berm.
From that side?
Yeah, to see it, to have a photograph. I mean, the berm looks much better
On
from
this
this side. And I would like to assume that it's much better on the other side, but without being able to see it, and you can't see it when you drive by, so.
And I do have some photographs. There is some erosion control that still needs to happen on that side. The fence, I just checked with Jimmy, the fence is on the Nakagawa landscaping parcel. So, if there's a desire to do something with the fence,
They can do it.
It is on their parcel, yes. So yeah, I can,
But we'd have to extend the activity envelope to allow that fence.
No, what he's saying is that the requirement in our special use permit says it should be within the
Oh.
activity envelope, but we could change that requirement
Yeah,
to
that's
say
what
it
I'm
should
saying,
be
we
on the
need to
border
clarify.
of the property.
But I agree with Rachel, if we knew how the western neighbor felt about how it looks now, or what more the western neighbor feels, then I'm comfortable in moving it forward, whichever way, leaving the chain link in and doing further work on the berm, or putting in the wooden fence. But without knowing that, and without having any comments from the western neighbor, which again, I think is
I mean,
unusual.
I'd be the first to say, sometimes you get to a point where vegetation is so established, you don't want to mess it up, and maybe that's where the neighbor's at now. But on the other hand, I'd like to have their feedback. Steve?
Yeah, I was going to suggest that we could have that be a condition, that the fence and the berm between the Nakagawas and the west neighbor be put in a condition that's satisfactory to the neighbor on the west. And perhaps it's already close to there, but if we made that a condition for the approval, that has to be completed within the next year.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, you can tell by the fence they built over here, the screening fence for the materials yard, that they do nice work and they make things look neat. And I'm sure that they could make it look neat right along the property line to the satisfaction of the neighbor.
Yeah, I would make it to the satisfaction of the neighbor to either retain the chain link fence and improve the berm, or improve the berm and replace the fence with a fence comparable to the wooden fence. We don't want to leave it wide open that they could ask for a 20-foot fence or something like that. But those are things. Michael?
Yeah, was this publicly noticed? Was this meeting publicly noticed? So, I mean, I don't want to be held hostage by someone who doesn't show up. You know.
That's what I said, it's unusual we didn't hear.
So, you know, and I'm not going to let a neighbor decide, take the place of our decisions. So I'm very uncomfortable with the proposal that you guys have put forward.
So what would you like to see?
Well, I don't think that fence needs to be there, you know, yank it and call it good.
Yeah.
They've screened their property.
On another way of looking at this, I don't believe we're being held hostage, and I also don't believe that we remove conditions of past approvals just because someone doesn't show up at the next meeting. And that's what this is. This is a request to remove that. I don't know if that condition was particularly highlighted to the neighbors, that there was going to be a request to amend the site plan to remove one of the prior conditions. So I'm either willing to continue the meeting and not make a final decision until we do hear back, or to go forward and continue to uphold the conditions that we put in place a year ago, which is more of how I see it. I don't see us as being held hostage. But it's certainly fine for us to disagree. So, Patty, you have another comment?
Yeah, I just think in light of both the comments you made and Michael made, I think that maybe we do need to hear from the neighbor, and it needs to come back to the board for a final decision to continue it. Because then we have the information before it, and if the neighbor calls for things that are totally, out in left field, then we can temper it down to something that makes sense to the Board of County Commissioners to move it forward. And then we're not being held hostage, we're not waiting, then we've given the neighbor the opportunity to comment, and then we bring it back to the board. It would be we wouldn't have to go through all of the stuff that we've gone through. It would be simple to see what we're going to do to mitigate that fence and that berm on that west parcel.
Thank you. I saw George's hand up first, so I'll come back to Michael.
It's going to be on slightly different topics, I'll be honest.
So I was just to follow up. So would the direction be to the Community Development Department to contact that neighbor? Is that what the direction is? Is that the direction we would give the?
I think so. I mean, I don't have a problem.
Contact that neighbor.
And just say, we had a public meeting, and we need to know your opinion of the berm as it
Is a
exists now.
request to
and-
remove a condition
Yeah.
from the prior approval, or to modify it?
Can I clarify that?
Yeah, the condition, I'm not,
I mean, we brought it up because it was an observation on the site visit. If we want to leave the conditions as they're currently stated, fine. We don't have a problem with that. I thought that the redundancy of fences may not be providing the effect that was desired when it was first placed as part of the site plan. So if we are not requesting to change the conditions of approval or the site plan. If we want the site plan like it is, that is perfectly fine. We brought it up as maybe a possibility for a more effective way to deal with that fence. But if we want the fence where it is, then that's great, and we're perfectly willing to leave it there.
And if I was reading between the lines, you don't want to see this meeting continued,
I
and costing more for your client up and down.
I mean, I guess I really did want to let you know that the effectiveness of that second fence, if we want it to be effective, it may not be effective in the location where it is on that site plan. But if the board is uncomfortable with changing conditions of approval, then we're comfortable with leaving it the way it is.
If it's still on this topic, and I'll come back to you. You know, personally, I would like to see us be able to clean up the approval to be consistent with what we thought we were talking about at the site plan. And at the site plan, you know, the site visit. And at the site visit, we talked about the condition of the berm and the chain link fence as being a little bit unsightly for that neighbor. And I would be happy to move forward with a condition today, as Patty first outlined, and not be as concerned that there will be a check back with the neighbor. Are they happy with the chain link fence and the condition of the berm? And if so, then nothing would need to happen, and we could have a written letter to that effect. And if they would like to see the fence put in along the property line to replace the chain link fence, and again, improving the health of the vegetation on the berm, then that's what we would proceed with. But we need to see what the neighbor has said and what their thoughts are on it now. I don't know. The neighbor could be out of the country. The neighbor could be ill right now. I have no idea why they're not here or why we haven't heard it. And I just am not comfortable either removing a condition without that, or forcing you to put up a fence that is kind of pointless.
I think a double fence is redundant, but if it's a condition of approval and we're going to pull it, I think we just need the courtesy to ask the neighbor and just let them know that that's what we're going to do.
And so I do think we could condition this approval and see it move forward, understanding that one of those two outcomes will then take effect for the property owner going forward.
Rachel, can I just clarify one thing on that?
Please.
I think if the fence goes up, we don't really need to worry about that side of the berm because nobody will see it.
Yeah.
If the chain link stays, the neighbor may be comfortable with some further mitigation of the berm.
Thank you. George is up next, and then George will come back around.
No, that's fine. So, Mike, if we were to approve this is again is on an annual review, are there any other requirements or conditions that we need to be looking at or the applicant needs to perform?
Everything happens then at building permit. So the conditions for construction of the fencing and cleaning up that eastern property boundary that we talked about before all had to happen right away. And everything else, performance will happen at building permit. So when the Nakagawas submit for the 1,000 square foot commercial building, the storage that happens on the east parcel next to the garage and the main residence will cease then. So that's what we'd be waiting for.
And then back to one of Michael's earlier questions or comments. What if the applicant goes ahead and builds 1,000-foot storage space, and for some reason they do not abide by the requirements, and they get red tagged, they are liable to be called up for a meeting to look at revocation. So I just want to make it sure that the applicant understands the consequences, because as I say, right now it seems like, you know, they're getting pretty much what they want. They're going about doing their business, and they're not really doing things in a timely manner. So unless staff were there to follow up, some of these conditions may not have been met. And so that's a problem for me.
Rachel,
Patty?
just one real quick thing too. There's a new retaining wall at the back of the property along the irrigation ditch too. Did that got put in? It seems like you can see that from the road. Was there some work that had been done there? Remember that hillside was degrading down into the sloughing, more or less?
That's correct. Yeah, from the irrigation, it overfloods, so they...
Right. You guys did some work back in there. You can see from the road, and it's very nice looking.
And please just identify yourself for the record.
My name is Jimmy Nakagawa.
So that work was also done.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay. Steve?
The resolution from last year calls for on the western property line, a 6-foot wood privacy fencing that mimics the fencing on the eastern parcel. Now, the neighbor on the west might prefer a new chain link fence be put in, or they might prefer a wooden 6-foot tall wooden fence, or they might prefer no fence, take the fence out and make the berm look prettier, might be satisfactory. So I think that they would have, there might be a couple different solutions that could work to make it look really nice, that would satisfy the neighbor, because, I mean, from the Nakagawa side, you can't, there's so much vegetation on the berm, you can't see what it looks like over there.
Thank you. So I do want to clarify, because I had read that as well. So where are you, is it the site plan that shows it as opposed to the written version which says something different?
There was a note on the site plan that was talking about the fence within the activity envelope, and I think that was because of the nature of an activity envelope and all activities supposed to occur within it. But clearly, if your resolution stated that it was supposed to be on the property line, then we can work with that.
Yeah, I don't know, somehow there seems to be some confusion between the site plan and the resolution. Because even you're talking about a redundant fence, I'm like, where did we?
Yeah, where did we come up with that?
Where did that come from? I look for a second to John, perhaps, to say, how do we rectify if we have a difference between the site plan and the wording of our prior resolution?
Well, the opportunity to correct it is right here, right now.
That's why I'm asking you.
So I guess my advice would be to make it clear within the resolution that the terms of the resolution control, or or some other provision.
Okay. So, Mike, I hope you got that a little bit.
All right, we got something else coming?
Hold on a second.
We're clarifying the activity envelope, and actually the activity envelope is on the property line. The line that's within the activity envelope is the setback line, so.
Yeah.
So that doesn't matter, so you just confused us for 45 minutes over something that doesn't matter.
But now we don't see you often, so we don't mind.
Okay.
Trying to come to some clarity.
Okay, great. So we don't have to change anything. We already have the condition about the fence. So please take a look at that, Patty.
My point of clarification, though, is do we continue this till we hear from the neighbor? And in taking into Mike's thing, being held hostage, I don't want it just to be left open to the neighbor to say, I want a crystal glass wall installed there, and that's the only thing we're going to live with. I want to know what the neighbor feels about just leaving it as it is now that we have a redundancy for whatever reason of fencing.
You know, Patty, now that this question has been clarified, I feel like there's no reason to ask the neighbor, because they were there for the site visit when we discussed
You're saying
putting
just put in the wooden fence and let it go?
Yeah, that was a requirement of the site plan. That they were there when we put that requirement in place, and you know, haven't heard anything else. George?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think we just, we
fine.
stay with the conditions. It was publicly noticed. The applicant's not here. They could have written a letter. They could have emailed. There was an opportunity. I don't think it's our responsibility to go out and chase neighbors in terms of getting their feedback.
It was only raised because of this request
I
to
understand.
remove a fence, and obviously that was not the fence. That was just a different line on the drawing.
You can move that fence over if you'd like.
Okay, enough of that. Thank you. So I think the board has made it abundantly clear, Jimmy and Doug, that if there are further violations of any of the conditions, your permit will be at risk, despite your investment in both purchasing the property and these improvements. And that is important to transmit to every one of your employees, that there's no just, we are only getting home at 8 p.m., we're going to dump it here and pick it up in the morning. Nada. And George?
And to go off on that, even before you have that meeting, if it's red tagged for a violation, then all your activity is ceased. You can't do anything.
Yeah, and then it
So
could be
red
weeks
tag
for a
is
hearing.
immediate.
And then it comes back to us.
You need to take this seriously, because I'm not going to have any problem upholding a red tag for violation.
Okay. Thank you. This is a public hearing. Is anyone here from the public to speak to the
Well, under the recitals, number 4, it says that the VOCC has determined that the applicant has operated in compliance with the terms of the resolution 11, 16, and 16, and is subject to. Are we really saying that?
Well, I think I am now, because they are in compliance now. Everything is in compliance on that site as of this time, correct?
Has operated is the word here, not is operating, but has operated. What the point that we've made is that they haven't been in compliance, and so I don't know whether we strike that or modify it, but I certainly couldn't live with that.
Well, if you want to modify the language, I will change my motion.
I think substantial compliance might be appropriate term.
Whatever Michael's comfortable with.
Well, I mean, I'm just asking you guys, can you agree that they has operated in compliance with the terms? The discussion that George had, that I've had, we haven't seen that.
What I'm saying is that there have been issues of non-compliance. They are now in compliance. So if you would like to change that wording, I would like you to suggest to me what wording you would like to change, and then I can amend my motion. I'm very comfortable with changing that language, but I'd like to know what you're comfortable with. And
I think you strike it entirely.
I think that it should be, I would ask the maker of the motion to accept a friendly amendment to add the word substantial compliance.
is Michael going to be comfortable with that?
I don't know. I know I would be.
Okay, then I will make a motion that adds that to substantial compliance under
the item 4 on recitals.
Item 4 under the recitals.
And I'll accept that amendment.
Thank you.
And
Steve?
I would agree with Michael that there are 2 cases where they weren't completely in compliance. One, they didn't build the 6-foot wooden fence on the property line. And 2, that they did have some vehicles there on the west parcel that should have been on the east parcel. So they weren't, but
100%.
they weren't 100%, but substantially they did a whole lot of other stuff.
I think we're ready to press on. Does anyone want a 5-minute break?
No, let's move forward.
Okay, thank you. So this is going to be a land use public hearing on Lot 20 Little Cloud LLC site plan review and major amendment to a development permit.
Comes the front one.
I'm like, where are they? Yeah, they were all here a minute ago.
Hey, Michael. How are you? John.
We got the full team. Come on up, let's get rolling.
Hello.
Hi.
Did you want to plug in your... Did you want to plug in
All right, this is the last one. God, this was really from February? This is from October. kept it all, remembered I have it.
Nice.
Pretty amazing.
That's needed. Thank you.
Okay, Suzanne.
Somebody wants public notice?
I'll take it. Thanks.
It has been noticed.
I don't have any graphics for you because I know they have a bunch that they'll pull up. This is a continuation of a hearing from February. Unfortunately, I think a little more time's gone by than any of us had hoped. So hoping everyone is sort of familiar with the conversations we had before. The lot is at the end of 2nd Street, formerly known as the Reeder parcel, more officially known as Government Lot 20. And the applicant has submitted a site plan application to develop 2 single-family residences on the vacant parcel. They're also requesting a major amendment to a development permit, which is an amendment to their prior approval for the activity envelope, which provided a specific floor area distribution based on the prior status of the property. How much would you all like me to go back through the history on all of that, or?
I would say a little bit,
Okay.
because this is a public hearing, and
Okay.
and we'd like to hear that.
So the history on this goes back to, I think, 1991, when Lyle Reeder got his first 1041 approval. But more to the history on the why they have the right to build 2 houses on the property dates back to 1993, when the Board of County Commissioners approved a subdivision exemption to create separate parcels out of Government Lot 20. A couple of those were sold or given to Pitkin County Open Space and Trails to accommodate what is now the Midland Trail. So there were 2 pieces of property that were once owned by Mr. Reeder that were given up, and at the time the approval specified, a note on the plat specified that all development rights, including floor area ratio, associated with the original Lot 20 are reserved for the benefit and use of Tract A, which is what we're now referring to as Lot 20. So they originally had, I'll get proper numbers in front of me, I guess. Originally there were 61,249 square feet as part of the property. That was reduced to 39,261 square feet by the subdivision exemption. But based on an interpretation of those rights associated with that original approval, when the approval was granted in 2014, we finally memorialized what that really meant in terms of the actual development rights associated with the property. And so basically it came down to an allowance for 2 residences, because there were originally 2 parcels associated with that 61,000 square feet. So there were 2 development rights. So, but one of those parcels was very small, just over 8,000 square feet, and based on the floor area ratio applicable, would only be able to build 1,343 square feet based on that lot size. The remainder piece at 52,855 square feet was allowed to build 8,457. So those were the numbers that were established in the 2014 approval for 2 houses on Lot 20 as it exists today. One much larger house, approximately 8,500 square feet, and one smaller, about 1,300 square feet. This is in the urban growth boundary, so they also have exempt floor area for garages for each residence, and exempt space for each residence. So that was where we left off in 2014 with that approval. So this application requests to amend those numbers to change that basically ratio between the 2 houses, to bring it more to, let's see, sorry, let me get the again, right numbers in front of me. To have 2 houses, one of about 6,300 square feet and one of about 3,000 square feet. So rather than having one much larger and one smaller, trying to bring them into somewhat of more balance. So that is the major amendment that has been requested of you as part of this application. At the first hearing, I think we talked a lot about, there were issues from city engineering regarding the access from 2nd Street and the right-of-way. Those issues have been resolved. We've talked a lot in the past about the crossing of the trail and the impact on the trail, and had agreed to a crossing at grade of the driveway, which then brings down the grade of the trail on either side of that driveway, so it can cross at grade. And those issues have been worked through, again, with the city parks as well as county open space. There were discussions, we talked a lot, I think, about the siting and whatnot on the property. We walked through the site plan. Again, if you want me to go back through some of those issues, I can. I was more prepared to sort of move forward into what has changed since that February hearing. So maybe, are there questions where you need me to go back in terms of what we'd walked through in February, or are you okay with me?
I'd like to continue to proceed.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, Michael, please. And I see your hands up over there, Michael, but this is not a public comment time period. I'm not going to be able to call on you. Yeah, yes.
So how did we end the hearing? What did we say?
You continued the hearing. Basically, at the end, the final discussion was really about the floor area. There was a lot of discussion at that point about the applicant has offered, as part of this application, had offered to reduce the total allowable floor area, or what we call the gross floor area, which includes floor area and that exempt space, by 1,500 square feet. There was a lot of discussion about asking if there could be more of a reduction, and I think simply that was when the applicant said, we're willing to take some more time to look at this and see if we can look at that and some of the other issues that had been raised. There were some landscape issues, some drainage concerns with the city, some of the more technical pieces, but I think really sort of on your level in terms of that amendment, there was a lot of discussion about that floor area amount and was that appropriate, and the applicant was willing to continue the hearing and look at that further.
So they just wanted to think about it for a certain amount of time.
Can I tag on to that?
Patty, please.
It says on page 1, though, of the memorandum, 2,000 square foot reduction, 500 square feet of floor area, which I'm assuming is above grade, and 1,500 square feet below grade.
Correct.
Of the exempt floor area.
Right. And so if you look on page 3 of the memo, that second matrix walks through the numbers that were approved originally in 2014. The original proposed amendment that you considered in February, which had a 1,500 square foot reduction.
Right, and then there.
And now the current proposal, revised option 2.
This page with that.
Right,
Yeah.
which has a 2,000 square foot reduction.
Okay.
And again, right, that's 500 square feet of the above grade space and 1,500 below grade.
Yeah.
And Suzanne, on page 5, there's also, the applicant has requested to add the following language to condition 13. That is, that if they don't go forward with this site plan, it would revert to the original square footage of the 2 parcels?
Right, that is a request they've made.
Is that a recommendation of your office for that?
Our recommendation comes right below that, the second set of the italicized language. Basically, we revised it, and the language that we proposed was, if the applicant chooses not to proceed with the development of 2 residences based on the site plan approved herein, then the applicant may submit a request to rescind the site plan approval for 2 residences and submit a site plan review application for 1 residence, subject to the provisions of Resolution 106, 2014.
And that's for one
So
house.
that is language that we have included in the draft resolution.
And that's for a residence of what square footage, if it was 1?
It would be 9,800 square feet plus garage plus upgrade.
So that would be 9,800 square feet above grade.
Correct.
So if we don't move forward with this, they're going to go back to that.
So I'm
That's what
happy
we're
to walk
requesting.
through
Yeah.
these issues. I just didn't know if you wanted me to backtrack more to.
Yeah, no, I don't think we need to backtrack much more, but that provision gives me a little pause because it almost makes it sound like we're approving 2 different things at once. And without that clause, if this was any other application, and you get an approved site plan and someone decides they don't like it, they come in and ask for a new site plan, and they get reviewed for a new site plan. I don't know that there's a necessary condition to say, and you get to revert back to all these other
Well,
items.
in this case, I guess, the difference being, the original, the 106-2014 approved an activity envelope, and it did then specify, the floor areas that we had been talked about based on that 1993 condition. They have to have a further site plan review for anything. I guess I was trying to acknowledge that we wouldn't allow them to have both, have a site plan approved for 2 residences and a site plan approved for 1 residence, both floating out there such that they could decide at some point which one. We wouldn't allow that. Our code says you can only have 1 approval. But if they rescinded the one for 2 residences and opted to go forward, they basically do go back to their activity envelope approval. Again, that I think is still valid. Question would be timing-wise, is it still vested? That's a different issue. But I guess my thought by changing the language as I proposed it was, I don't think it's saying anything that isn't what it is. If they walked away from that 2-resident site plan, then they still have an activity envelope approval that is based on...
But if we approve this, doesn't that supersede the previous one-house approval? I was never under the impression that people could keep reverting back to something that was approved, literally you could go back 3 plans, we didn't decide to do that, we didn't decide to do that, so we'd like to come back and collect our activity envelope from 2 approvals ago.
I think this is complicated by the fact that it's 2 houses on 1 lot, which is obviously very unusual in our world. If it wasn't that, if somebody, in our process now, somebody can get an activity envelope approved, an owner comes in, proposes a site plan to build a house on it. Before they build that, before they ever submit a permit, they sell it. Somebody else buys that property, decides they don't want to build that house, they're going to build a totally different one. They're going to come back to us and propose a new site plan based on that original activity envelope. Again, there are issues about timing and is the activity envelope still vested and
Yeah, that's kind of where...
But that's part of... Excuse me. I guess that's for you to determine if you feel that that's not appropriate, and maybe John can
Well, I guess
weigh in.
the 2 things that strike me are we've had some discussions with planning and zoning about the appropriateness of 5750 as a base exempt house size, and I don't know if that would play into this or not in the future. And then, the vesting question is important because this is kind of like a de facto extension of a prior vesting. And I don't know that that's appropriate. I'd like to know when the prior vesting would expire.
It states it in here.
Yeah, I know, but I don't have a number
It's
at my fingertip right
2017, something.
And again, it's just very awkward when you go through all this hearing and all this staff time, and the neighbors tend to think, oh, great, they've worked with us, and we're going to have 2 smaller houses instead of one 9,800 square foot house, and then, but by the way, there's a back door here that says that all that public input and time and staff time could be meaningless because we could revert back to just one larger home. And I think the discussion and the accommodations that have been made have been in line with the desire to seek smaller residences at the base of Smuggler Mountain. So I'm just pointing out for the board, Shadow Mountain, excuse me, that it's a little awkward. Did I see other hands come
I
up?
have just a question. The current story poles, which plan are those that are currently up there? Okay, we'll wait till Suzanne's done, and then, because I know there's story poles up there, and that's elicited some neighborhood comment coming to me, so.
Okay. Suzanne, please continue.
So again...
Wait, Michael, did you have a question? Sorry about that.
I was going to ask John, you listened to our difficulty with having a back pocket approval, essentially. So what is your view on it?
The ideal situation is not to have competing development approvals such that there is an ability to elect from one or the other or multiple scenarios in the future without some sort of a public notice or review by someone, either administrative review or the BOCC. And I had the approval up a minute ago. I went to the map to look at the site. Now I'm waiting for the stupid thing to load again. So I don't have anything to suggest to the board in particular as far as language until I get the stupid thing back up. But that is the overarching principle, that you only you only have one approval to effect, which sounds like the direction Suzanne was going in, but this has keyed off this discussion from the board. So that's what you really want to be comfortable with. You want to know, and you want the public to know, and the neighbors particularly, what has been approved for the site, so that everybody knows what to expect. And if that particular approval is not desirable in the future by the current owners, or in the future by some subsequent owner of the property, they can come in through an application process, which involves notice, in particular posting of the property, and on direct notice to the adjoining property owners that we intend to ask for something else.
That seems reasonable.
So what you're saying is if this one gets approved in front of us today, the one house at whatever square footage goes away?
Right.
That's my terms. That's my language for that.
But subsequently, if the current owners or future owner decides to change that.
Comes
then-
back
then
again
you
to the
just start
public.
going through the process all
Right.
Do a new process, a
Right.
new application.
Doesn't just automatically revert to
But
either.
so
or.
then, just so I'm clear, so you'd be saying if they get this approval, then 106/2014
Goes
has
away.
no meaning anymore?
Right.
So then, do you need language in this approval to state that? Because that obviously wouldn't have been my interpretation based on my explanation of.
I think we would
that
need
an
that.
activity envelope would still be alive.
But the activity envelope described for the previous development would be applicable to this new one? To the new scenario, or?
Again, I think, again, taking away the two-house scenario, because it's but again, if somebody had not built their house based on a site plan and came back and said, I want to do a different one, this was the envelope that was previously approved and is potentially, maybe even still vested at that point, I would go back and say, well, okay, you have an envelope approved, you're just into the next step, which is back to site plan review. I wouldn't have gone back and started all over on the activity envelope.
I'm lost on that
No,
entirely.
what she's saying is they still have an activity envelope.
Patty, if I could ask.
So, once we've approved an activity envelope, it has, it's approved, it has a vested right. Again, whether or not, where they stand in terms of that. But then you have to get a site plan approved on that.
Right.
The house based on that site plan may or may not, if it is not built, someone can come back and say, I don't want to build that house, I want to build a different house.
And so the activity
And-
envelope has a certain square footage associated with it, which is the 9,800 square foot. That's what I'm trying to get back to.
Right. Okay, I understand that. And that was, what we tried to do in that resolution was memorialize the understanding that we had going back through all those years back to 93 and what that plat note meant. So I guess that's your decision to make if you think by approving this now with the two houses based on this square footage, that then makes, that should go away. That is no longer provides that option for the owner.
Okay.
Provides a different amount of square footage.
Well, and
But it's also the two house versus one house option.
Yeah. Okay.
So.
Great, and so I want to make sure as you're going through your presentation, you understand that that is a potential outcome of this hearing as opposed to inserting the language you had requested or which Suzanne had tried to modify. We hear you. Okay. Okay, great. Suzanne, do you have further presentation?
Really, no. I think we've covered that. The basic changes since February, excuse me, were the further reduction of 500 additional square feet from below grade space. So for a total of 2,000 square foot reduction. There was a reorientation of the garage for residence number 2.
Wasn't the additional 500 above grade?
There's 1,500 below and 500.
There's 500 above, 1,500 below.
Okay, you had said it opposite, but that's okay.
That surprised me.
Yeah.
So reorienting the garage so the garage door doesn't face lot 2, which is the adjacent lot up valley. And then a deed restriction limiting the garage on that residence to a 1-story height. So basically trying to respond to some of the concerns that were raised by the owner of lot 2. So again, I think the fluoride, at the last hearing, staff had supported the 2-house proposal. I don't think there's no change to that. The further reduction, just that doesn't change that recommendation. Obviously, last meeting we talked, there are concerns from the Ajax Apartment Homeowners Association about the 2 houses versus 1. But, so again, I think that's all just sort of follow through from the last meeting. As I mentioned, they've worked with the city engineering to make sure that the driveway is aligned to meet their standards coming off of the right-of-way. So the site plan now reflects that alignment that has been approved by the city. And I think all of this is fairly minor stuff, sort of changes in the conditions of approval that, based on comments that were made at the last meeting. I guess the one to talk about is there was a concern about to ensure that the storm drain system for the Ajax condominiums was protected in some manner based on changes in storm water management over here in this area. And basically the applicant has agreed that they will not burden that system at all. The engineer has designed their system. They're using the city requirements. They're working with the city to ensure that they will take care of their storm drainage and that it would not affect the Ajax condominium owners. The applicant has agreed to meet with them to see if they have any additional suggestions for some assurance on that. But that's kind of where we stand on that. Condition 4B of the resolution does require the applicant to record a covenant for continued inspection and maintenance of the rockfall barrier, the stormwater deflection wall, which is bringing drainage around the residence, and the stormwater system. So that's a covenant similar to what we did on the adjacent lot, Little Cloud Lot 2. So I think that is another form of assurance on that issue. They did offer at the last meeting to install a recycle station in this neighborhood, and that was, Mirta Mallory was here at that time to say that that is a priority location, and they continued forward with that proposal. I had met with Jay Kuhn, one of the neighbors, a few weeks ago, and he'd asked for some information. His house is in the area where the trail will be graded down, and he had asked about what the impact was. The applicant did get some information to him, and I understand met with him this morning. And his primary concern is that there's some vegetation adjacent to the trail that he was hoping would not be impacted by that regrading. And the applicant has agreed to add a condition that would basically provide protection that vegetation be maintained. So I think that's it. If you have other questions for me.
Are there any other board questions? George?
It's just going to be one driveway? I forget how that is laid out.
Yes, one driveway into the property.
One driveway.
So yeah, just one crossing of the trail.
Okay.
Thank you. Alan, I think that means it's time for your presentation.
Oh, good.
And just identify yourselves for the record, and we'll go from there.
For the record, I'm Alan Richmond. I'm here representing Lot 20, Little Cloud LLC. The applicant, Bill Berenger, who manages the LLC, is sitting right next to me. Behind me actually is Matt Brown, who's his partner in the project, and Bart Johnson, whose attorney, is behind Bill. I was going to start the presentation, but Bill actually has gotten very engaged in the conversation you've just been having, and would like to speak for just a second, and then I'll kind of set the context here.
Thank you,
Steve, you're
Alan.
probably going to want to come this way.
Thank you, commissioners, for being here. And while the discussion is so fresh about the square footage, or excuse me, some ability to revert back to a single home plan would be appreciated. I'll just give you the quick summary is even under the 2-home plan, we're suggesting reducing the total livable square footage by 2,000 feet. If we revert to a single home plan, that single home would be 2,750 square feet less than the 2-home plan, mainly because we have the same FAR above ground with 1 home versus 2 homes, essentially. But we wouldn't have the second 750 square foot garage. We wouldn't have this second 4,000 foot exempt basement. So the good news, if we did revert to the single home plan, I think it's in everyone's favor that wishes the homes to be smaller, or the livable square footage to be smaller. It would be indeed 2,750 square feet smaller than our current proposal for these 2 homes. If that makes sense. And the other reason is for the reversion potentially to the single home plan is our well right now is our well permit is approved for a single family residence, not 2 homes. We have a option to go through a well augmentation approval or application process, which could amend our well to serve 2 homes. And that is highly likely to occur. But before we go through that process, we've already submitted about a month or maybe 6 weeks ago a request for consideration to the city water department to receive city water, which is obviously a better quality of water and less maintenance intensive for filters on site. And all the other homes above us and around us in Little Cloud are served by city water. And we believe that that water application would get approved for the 2 homes, but just there's a slight chance it wouldn't. And there's a very slim chance that if we had to go back to the well expansion plan for 2 homes for the second home, there's a very, very slim chance that wouldn't be approved. So we would kind of be in a corner to revert back to 1 home. That's the only reason that we're suggesting some ability to revert to the 1 home. And as Suzanne said, we'd have to come back and pay new application fees to compensate for staff's time. We hope not to come back to consume any more of your time, I'm sure. But we would have to pay our fair share of fees as if it was, just as Suzanne said, it was an underlying approved activity envelope, but ownership changed and the new owner didn't like the footprint of the first house and wanted to do a different house. But in our case, it would be the footprint of 2 homes going back to 1 home. So that's the reason why we're asking for that flexibility is we just don't know yet what the outcome of the water service will be.
Thank you. George?
I have a question.
Please.
What you said was if you would revert back to the 1 home, it would be 2,750 square feet less than what the revised option is. So the revised option is 17,300 square feet, so that would drop into 14,550 square feet. Am I correct?
Correct.
How much of that is above grade?
In the single home option, it would be the 9,800 feet above grade. And the single home option would be 4,000 exempt below grade with a 750 square foot garage.
So it would be 9,800 above grade, and right now with your revised option 2, right now with the 2 homes, you're 9,300 above grade. Correct? All right, I'm just trying to understand these numbers. All right, thanks.
With a forfeiture of 500.
Right.
No, I understand. I'm just trying to see from the 2 to the 1. Okay.
Yeah, correct. Even with this forfeiture, as Matt said, of the 2,000 feet that we're here today presenting, compared to that forfeiture with reverting to 1 home, the 1 home would still yet be 2,750 square feet smaller. So in essence, some neighbors may wish we don't get the water so that we have 2,750 square foot less than our current proposal, but we believe the 2 homes are a better balance for the neighborhood. We hope we get the water. And one neat thing that we discussed with the water department, there's a problem in the whole neighborhood within about a 3 to 4 block radius of a water hammer condition, which is funny. It's resulting from the water line that goes up the hill to the top of the driveway of Little Cloud. It kind of ends right about there where the fire hydrant is, comes up from the city facilities here, becomes a private water line up here, and it dead ends right here. And what happens is when water in that dead end condition is shut off, like the fire hydrant up there, a few years ago they were testing the flow in the fire hydrant and someone shut off the valve very abruptly, and it created kind of a backfire effect. And about 2 blocks away over there down the street in front of the volleyball courts in Coke Park, that backfire effect actually caused the water line under the street to push the asphalt up about 4.5 feet in the middle of the street. So it's called a water hammer condition. So what our proposal with the city is to take the end of the water, that's a dead end right there, give them a 25 to 30 foot wide easement, either right near our homes here, or we prefer to go right down here, where it's a shorter run, a little less expensive. It's a little steeper, but they say that they're probably going to go over that. Then we tie into the main down on this street. So what it does, it takes the dead end condition there, actually improves the condition for all the neighbors, not just in Little Cloud, but for basically a 3 block radius by looping the system, they call it. So there's no longer a dead end. So that's why we're pretty confident we'll get our water approval, but you never know until we're there. And we expect to know that resolution in about 3 months latest. So that's why we don't want to make this too complicated, but we politely ask for that.
3 months from the city, you're saying, not
We're
from the
thinking,
water
that's
court
what they're
for your well.
estimating, we'll have a final approval or denial of the water application. That's the only reason for this flexibility, folks, is that. We're not trying to get cute or fancy here.
Okay, thank you. Alan, why
Thank you,
don't you go with your presentation now?
Okay, I almost feel like we've kind of passed by where I was in my
That's
presentation.
okay, you know, we haven't seen this since February, so it's important to really
Exactly.
catch up.
And part of what I wanted to do here was just remind everyone of the context of what we had accomplished in the site plan application. So there were lots and lots of things that everyone agreed to as part of the site plan approval, the site plan application that we've submitted. So there is not an issue regarding the location of the development. All the development that's proposed here would occur within the previously approved building envelopes. There are 2 minor adjustments that we're requesting, but they're basically technical matters. We've got a minor adjustment to allow for the geohazard mitigation and a minor adjustment to the envelope for the proposed landscaping. But fundamentally, the development that's proposed here is within the envelope that was approved in Resolution 106, 2014. Another really fundamental thing that was required in the Resolution 106 was that a site and structure-specific rockfall mitigation plan would be prepared. That's in this application. It was prepared by Art Mears. There's a proposed rockfall fence shown on the site grading plan, so that's been accomplished. Someone mentioned the driveway plan and profile, and that was an area that we went through extensive review with the city. Basically, we were put in a position where the city is the final review authority on our access plan. The original access plan that we proposed back in the beginning of this year was not accepted by the city. We revised that entirely, and we've come up with a driveway plan that they do find acceptable. Similarly, the plan for the Midland Trail responds to all of the requirements of city parks and county trails, so that issue's been resolved. We were asked to demonstrate that the residents can be built safely on the property slopes, and CTL Thompson has submitted a letter to that effect. We've also demonstrated how the slopes will be stabilized. We've demonstrated that subsidence is not an issue on this property. We've demonstrated that the environmental conditions related to the soils are not a problem, that the soils are suitable for disposal at the landfill. All of these were issues that got raised at the activity envelope review process. One of the concerns that typically comes up in site plan review is scenic review. Scenic review is kind of a very technical issue for a property like this. The only scenic review issue that arises is from the public view plane, which is Main Street, interestingly enough. And the property is virtually not visible at all from Main Street. Nonetheless, we've agreed to comply with the requirements of scenic review criteria. We're burying the structures into the hillside. We're using earth tone materials. We've got a green roof. We're landscaping. So really, in summary, the conditions that were identified in the 2014 approval have been addressed in this application. What we were left with in February, to kind of bring everybody back up to speed as to where we were in February, the issue that led to the tabling was the request that we made to redistribute the floor area in the 2 residential units. And I was going to summarize that, but I think we've summarized it pretty effectively. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Bill and let him walk you through some of the drawings for the site.
Can I ask at this time about the story poles?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Okay. Don't want to forget my story
This is another
poles.
note.
Good place to answer that.
Wonderful. Let me pull up one exhibit for us all here.
You put on elevations or,
Sure.
oh, there, story poles.
There we go.
If you want to move that computer in front of you, you're welcome to, yeah?
Didn't like when I did it last time. Let's see. Here we go. Next photo would be helpful.
Okay, hold on one second, let me get the light.
Oh, thank
and
you.
yeah, that tell us what we're looking at.
Sure, thank you. These white poles, the top of the poles represent what
on the
the
trail.
allowable 28-foot height limit is. And if I zoom in on these a little bit better, there's these little orange marks here that show what our proposed height, this would be the actual, this is done by survey and by laser. These orange bands on these 3 posts, the one is far in the distance there, represent 3 corners of our 4-corner garage, showing that, because we're standing a little bit below eye level with those first 2 orange marks. The further one in the back looks lower. It's technically, we double checked it with the laser and it's spot on. But that represents the top of our green roof of our garage relative to where we could have built, which is the top of these poles, and I can't even get up there, which is a 28-foot limit. So we're substantially below what otherwise we could build in our approved site plan area. And that is to be respectful of our neighbor here to our left, who's building his nice house there. And it also coincidentally gives us some nice relief when you're looking from the street here at the end of South 2nd Street. Again, our orange band here, here is the top of our roof, whereas it otherwise could be here. So we, as Suzanne mentioned, we are willing to put a permanent deed restriction so that this corner of the property is limited to 1 story forever. And we think it really helps the impression of the property not be too, our properties at least, not be too overpowering to the end of South 2nd Street. Then as we go further to the rear of our property, up near the rear slope, only then do we go up. You can see this post here. That's our 28-foot height limit. That's the front portion of our home beyond the garage, and from there back into the slope is where that house is kind of pushed. That's the front corner there, and the left corner is here. Again, the left corner is a few feet below the otherwise allowable 28-foot height limits. And beyond these posts, we're kind of shoving the house into the slope, which is kind of good for our neighbor and the neighbors below us. And then over here is this post here is the post of the second home. There's only, yeah, 2 posts for the second home. This is corner closest to the trail. And this is a corner of the rear component of the flat roof of the, call it the larger home of the 2. And again, the nice thing is our roof is flat. We could theoretically go up to the top of the post, but we're about 4.5 feet below the otherwise allowed 28-foot height limit in the rear component of the property. So we feel that we've been pretty sensitive to our neighbors, not looking at a tall structure right in front of their windows, and also the neighbors to our north at the end of South 2nd Street.
Can you go back to the one, though, that shows the proximity of the second home story pole to the trail? That's what really hit me when I went up
Right
there.
here?
Yeah. That's not this first one by the outhouse, but the second one up the trail towards the stop sign.
Sure.
That's where that corner of the house is going to be to the bike trail?
That's the corner of the garage, which is
The 1-story garage.
correct. And the good thing is we're not going up here with it.
I'm more worried about the location to the trail rather than the height. It's pretty much what you would, if you're on the trail, right on the trail, correct?
It's our setback there from our property line, which is this stake here.
Yeah,
The trail's maybe a few feet, maybe 5 feet further.
yeah.
From our property stake to any portion of our building is 30 feet. Plus we have another maybe 5 feet to the right of this property corner stake. So we're, call it 35 foot back from the trail, and
But you'll have activity within that 30 feet as far as
Driveways.
access, driveways, and parking area.
landscaping, yeah. We want to
Okay,
put as much landscaping in there, so we're not looking frankly at our own, we don't want to have a concrete jungle out there, driveways. We want to make it certainly feel residential, not commercial. And it is, we cannot build any closer than 30 feet to our property line, and then the,
okay.
And remember, all of this does occur within the envelope, and there was a time early on in Lyle Reeder's approval process where he had an envelope that was much higher on the property and much further away.
up in this area, it's up
Yeah,
here.
Much
I
more
was
visible
that.
from
I was
everywhere
hearing
else.
that this one is just to be honest, it is when you are up there and see the story post, which I greatly appreciate, I like the visual, it is really close to the trail if you're walking along that trail. But it's a very difficult lot.
You'll recall the envelope was basically pushed down to the
Yeah,
lowest point.
I understand that it pushed back into the hill, but
Other constraints.
it's still very close to the trail.
And I hope, and our roof systems will be flat that are closer to the trail. We really want them to feel
Not like you're
natural.
going through a tunnel.
Yeah, with a bunch of ugly equipment
Right.
on it. We want it to be a green roof, so we have vines and grass kind of
Right, right.
leaning over the edge of the roof. So we don't, for our own use, that's kind of our, we don't want to look at anything ugly either.
And I'm sure that the trail users right now appreciate that outhouse right there out in front.
It's not mine.
It's Tom's.
It's Tom's, but he's okay.
You know, in
Keeps it
effect,
clean, though.
this
I've
does
used it.
speak to the argument in favor of the redistribution of the floor area that we presented at the last hearing, and that was, if we end up with just a house of about 1,350 square feet for the second house, to make any of that 1,350 usable and valuable, in essence, that mass gets moved forward on the property.
It would basically be that our plan that we presented in February for that smaller house shows the living room being basically in this area up in here, above the
Right.
garage. In this case, as an accommodation for the square footage reallocation, we're going to restrict this area from here all the way over to here to 1 story.
I mean, that's one of the
That's one of the
two key
concessions we're getting.
Yeah, I mean, if there are two key concessions here, it is the floor area reduction that's being offered and this moving of the mass away from.
Into the hill.
Back into the hill.
The trail. So there is some sensitivity to the issue that you're raising, and we think that this option that we're offering to redistribute the floor area, clearly there's something in it for the applicant. Clearly it's something we would like to achieve, and we're trying to make sure that there's also something in it for the community.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you know, it just strikes me that if we went back far enough in history, prehistory to my being on this board and maybe others, you know, wasn't this all kind of started with the land exchange to save property up in Hunter Creek and bestow
That's correct.
building rights onto this site? And, you know, I just recall, and it was odd, I was thinking about this last night for some reason, even before looking at this again. When I was mayor of Aspen, we put a half-cent sales tax for open space purchases on the ballot with others who were very supportive, like Michael and Fonda Patterson, and there was a desire to save Smuggler Mountain, the base of Shadow Mountain. And Smuggler Mountain was preeminent at that time as well, and we were all trying to match the funds possible to secure that from Red Mountain type development. And so there was never, between the two open space funds looking at it, enough money to buy and secure all of these lots. It just wasn't something that was financially possible, and they were sold to people fairly quickly who were interested in developing and not conserving for open space parcels at all. So there was an effort by the community to, quote, save the base of Shadow Mountain, but you know, I was at the city that time, and from the city side, it was like, wow, weren't we handed a nice little pile of development at the base of the mountain to save property in the backcountry. So there were trade-offs that were made and gave us a landscape that we're dealing with today that many of us may or may not have approved of, but they were difficult choices at the time that the county made them. And so here we are. So, you know, I just would want it to go back that far, that this was not, you know, it's not annexed into the city, it was not zoned in the city, and you know, there were, as Alan, I think, and others have outlined, conservation easements that were given by some of the parcels going up the side of the hill so that development didn't go up any further.
How many acres was that, Alan? Maybe?
The conservation parcel was...
Traded into the Forest Service?
Yes. In exchange for this was over 100?
It was between 100 and 120 acres is my recollection.
That could have had 8 homes built on it.
Yeah.
10 or 11.
So just for context.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, so does that finish your presentation, Alan? Or
I think Bill does want to, my part
I
is
interrupted Bill's with my story polls.
I believe we're set. Matt, do you have any suggestions of what other images we'd like to share with folks here?
Well, I mean, I think what was just said, with the environment in this particular pocket of town, this, what you call a neighborhood, what have you, has changed and is changing. There's that home under construction that you saw in the other image, in the photos. There's another home at the top of the hill that is being built, will be built. And I think that while it may look very different, it does look very different than it did 15 years ago. These projects are approved and in the works.
Yeah.
Ahead of ours. Right. One other thing that we're pretty excited about doing is the end of South 2nd Street is kind of a mess right now. It's kind of an incomplete end of the city right away, and we've gone through months of back and forth with our engineer and the city's engineer to improve this condition when we grade our driveway, and we've already removed the old obsolete light post there on the left. We are going to clean all this up. We're going to build a trash enclosure for these guys over here to their specifications, and pave this area that's kind of always a mud bath and is not good for any of the area there. So this is kind of our existing situation here. I don't know if anyone wants to kill the lights for a second, if it's not too good.
Can I ask a question? There was just some recent excavation activity on towards the light pole.
Right.
And was that part of your?
It's in our access easement. That's part of our recorded plat from back in '93, I think. And it's also the area where the city would like to see the future driveway end up being.
Who was doing the construction activity?
It's our Lot 2 neighbor. We allowed his contractor,
okay.
it's just a neighborly gesture to.
The Carbondale Earth.
They have a lot of debris and rocks and.
Because it actually cleaned it up.
Spoils to remove from their back lot, and rather than them craning it in a very expensive manner from the Little Cloud driveway above their site into dump trucks up there, we're letting them use our easement for cost savings and time saving benefit to them.
They actually cleaned that up a lot too, I know.
Yeah, just getting rid of that post was kinda
I'll
nice.
jump in, because they did get a permit from the city, a right-of-way permit,
Okay.
for basically temporary access to Lot 2. Unfortunately, the coordination didn't happen between the city and the county, because we've been telling them all along that they would need a permit from us as well, and that did not happen. So we stopped their work partway up when it left the right-of-way and into the county, because there'd been extensive conversations, anyway, there's been a long conversation going on with them about the opportunity to use that access from 2nd Street. So
we're working.
We're on it.
Okay.
I'll leave it at that.
Because I asked the guys who were working there and they didn't know, but the end result was actually there's an improvement at that.
And it is in the location where this driveway
That's
is
what I thought.
proposed.
Okay.
So that was.
And this is where we envision the end of 2nd Street to improve to, with the driveway cut in and the landscaping. The transformers are still there under the trees, but they're kind of concealed with some shrubbery and all that. So this is really what we'd like to do, so that the folks that live near the end of 2nd Street, when they're looking up at our sites, at our expense, we're going to put the landscaping in. They don't see our homes as much. They won't see our neighbor's Lot 2 home as much either. So we're excited to get here from where we are today. Again,
And that's a gated entrance you're putting in?
It would be a gated entrance at our driveway, once we get over the trail. So we're excited to get this all cleaned up for everybody. And I think one thing that Suzanne was, with this approval, we would expedite that portion of our work with Suzanne's department's support to maybe even get this done this summer. We'd love to get that done, and it would help our neighbor get his access through that site as well.
George, on that picture, how far back is the setback from the 2nd Street to the homes? About.
It's not very
I think it's about, from the end of 2nd Street is, let me pull up the site plan here.
Probably about 40 feet from
It's
2nd
not
Street
very
to the
far.
trail.
Okay.
Yes,
Across
maybe
the trail
40,
and then-
yeah, 40, 45 feet from the end of the pavement on 2nd Street.
Right, so around 70 feet or so.
It's not doing that, but here we go. There you go. You can kind of see where the cursor is kind of the end of the existing paving. This is where we're extending the asphalt paving and kind of adjusting the grade so it drains more properly, because otherwise now it's kind of collecting dirt and erosion. Also, part of our planting exercise will control that erosion that continually otherwise just leaves mud down here. But I guess the right-of-way continues right up the city-county line, folks, is right.
It's a moving target.
No, let's just have to load this up a little bit here. Come on. You can see our easement. This is a city-county line right there, about halfway up our driveway.
Wow.
That's when we revert to the county property, and that's probably where, Suzanne, your department asked them to stop their work. They've done this part so far, but they haven't properly got the permit there. But
And that, how close will your gated entrance be to the bike trail?
it won't swing out, that's for sure.
Well, I'm hoping that's smack.
And per engineering requirements, that landscape illustration was a little bit inaccurate. It'll be a low gate. I think it has to be only 3.5 feet tall here. So it slides open. You can see from this pilaster, you can see this little part. It slides this way inside of our property. You won't have a moving gate on the trail side of the fence. It'll be there.
Just want to be cautious about visual impact, so it's line of sight, so that the stuff for the gate itself doesn't interfere with your ability to see traffic on the trail.
Precisely.
That's been the focus of the
Okay.
park.
That's exactly why
Both
the
city and county.
everyone in parks, yes, has chipped in on this, and that's exactly why the fence and the gate at the area of the driveway crossing is I think it's maybe 3.5 feet tall.
Okay.
So anyone in a normal car can see over the gate, whether it's open or closed, or obviously, but
And
not
both
just
ways.
straight out, but down the trail, so you can gauge whether someone's coming on a bike. Sometimes people go pretty fast on bikes there.
They do.
Yeah, there's a basic site triangle concept.
It's a
In
code,
engineering
it's a
design.
specific code.
You gotta keep the trees back from there. And
You can't plant stuff that'll block our motorists' views. That'll make it a hazard.
Thank you.
Thank you. So that pretty much wraps up your presentation then?
I think so.
Okay. Board members, other questions? And then we'll go to public comment. Okay, I'm seeing no further questions at this time. I will open the public hearing on Lot 20 Little Cloud LLC site plan review and major amendments to development permit. Anyone here to speak about this? Michael, please step forward too so that the...
The neighborhood's been beefing about this
You need a
whole
mic over there.
reader development for a long time. It's slipped by us partly because...
And your last name, please.
Michael
Right.
Barrett.
Thank you.
And I'm across the, I'm in between 2nd and 3rd Street on Hyman.
Thank you.
You know, we bought a park, Little Cloud Park, to stop Reader from developing top of the mountain. And I was out of town for a few years, and he slipped in the other direction. The city declined to give them water access in the hope that they could tamp this thing down a bit, because as you can see, it's going to be a very dense area of our neighborhood. And I don't think, and they did it at our instigation, and I don't think at this point we have any concerns of whether the city requires them to be on a well, which was what that was all about. If the city wants to connect it, I don't see that there's any harm to anyone. And I don't know that any of us would object whatsoever. So that might be just out of the way if the city decides they don't want to require a well permit. That could be your option. This obviously should have been in the city to begin with, and we wouldn't be having most of this discussion. The trail, I'm not a big railway advocate, but that is the one true entrance to come into town and go down to Ruby Park. I hate to lose the right to ever do that should a form of transportation public transportation be possible, I would ask you to ask the applicant to be willing to not complain if that becomes a public transport track. I mean, it was a railroad right-of-way. It's straight and it's gorgeous, with the problem of the Cisneros property perhaps coming up in the near future. When you change the grade, how much do you change the grade? What is the drop in grade that you're making?
On the trail?
If you could answer that question. You got to
Sure.
address questions to us, and we'll say, please, can you answer that?
Sorry.
Please,
That's
our pleasure. Where the driveway crossing is, crossing would be, it would be about approximately 7.5 feet below the current surface of the trail. And then there's a helpful exhibit here that shows how the profile works from an engineering standpoint, but it's actually just as good to do this. You can see at the bottom there, if I zoom in a little bit, the maximum slope that the parks would allow us to, once we grade down to get our cars up at a reasonable pace, the maximum slope when we feather back up either direction would be 5%. So we have a dip in the middle there. It's all very gradual. And frankly, in the middle right now, we have a little bit of a rise. The trail is actually higher where our driveway is, or would be going. It's kind of a crown on the trail there. That would be part of that 7.5 feet. I'm guessing 2 feet approximately of the 7.5 foot drop is kind of an abnormal hump in the trail there, in that area.
Okay, thank you for answering the question. If you'd like to continue your public comment.
If you might ask planning to inquire, is a 5% grade likely to work for something like light rail or whatever? Is that consistent? Because to have this turn around and block the community's ability to do something would be a real shame.
Yeah. I would need to ask our attorney's office. We own the trail, or we share it jointly with the city as it goes in and out of limits. Would we have an ability to rebuild its height if we so desire, but we would have to engineer a new driveway and access for folks on the other side of that?
I couldn't tell you without looking at something more within the title aspect for the property.
Yeah. You know, I know the record of decision from Buttermilk to Aspen has a right-of-way along Main Street. It did not secure or recommend. I'm just saying that if we were ever really pursuing light rail, to come up with a different record of decision with a different alignment would be quite an effort. But
It is the
your point's well
Durant
taken.
straight route, however. And I guess that's it. I think we in the neighborhood we've been exhausted by this. And we've come to many, many meetings over the years, not with these nice people, but with the previous people, where you'd come to the meeting and of course it'd been put off for another time, and then another time, and finally people just stopped coming. I'm sorry that it's come to this. I wish it was smaller, so would everybody. And I wish you'd be very careful about that trail and its grade. I see us losing it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate you taking the time to come in. Okay, are there any other members of the public who would care to comment? Sir, please come forward, just identify your name for the record.
Just I'm Amos Underwood. I live at the Ajax Apartments, just adjacent to the project.
Can he come forward?
Yeah, just so the board can see it.
Stand up or get right up at the
I
desk.
can't see you behind the pole there.
There you go. Thank you.
I have a couple comments. I'd like to thank the applicants for working with us on our stormwater. As a affordable housing member, we were burdened with basically a $600,000 stormwater system that is now ours to maintain, and the city of Aspen owns an insurance policy on that if anything does happen. So I know their civil engineers taking great strides to help protect us, which I think is great. I don't know, once you guys make your decision today, I think the next step is building permit and then of course construction. Now, what they're proposing is great, but it's probably 18 months to 24 months away. So still a concern is for the next 18, 24 months is how to protect our stormwater system. Currently, some work has started to occur on the driveway. It's about 3 weeks into it, and it's still there. A couple weeks ago, some straw wall went up to help protect the stormwater, but it's kind of a shame that work can't just get done. And now it's open for erosion and stormwater. Personally, I'd like for them to follow the 2014 agreement and do two homes, but do a 1,300 square foot home and a 8,500 square foot home. I think the impacts on everyone is less for that than 245 or 5,000 square foot homes overall, traffic, services, that sort of thing. I concur with what Michael had to say about the trail. Thank you.
Thanks, Amos.
Thank you. In the back of the room, please.
I'm Tom Lewis, and we're developing the house on Lot 2. Been before this commission since, in various forms, since year 2000 when I bought the property. And when we went through the approvals on the whole project and then the last house, we paid a lot of attention to the landscaping requirements of the county and the planning department, and took into consideration our neighbors and the impact of the community. All that was reflected in our last approvals. Excuse me. We've worked with Bill and Matt. We've looked at their plans, and they have gone in that same direction, and I just want to make sure that those plans find themselves in the final approval just like ours were. Along those lines, they've come up with, I think, a great addition to the Second Street ice skating rink. That whole area is going to look a lot better, and I would encourage the staff and the commission to see if we could not get that implemented as soon as possible. It'll have two effects. One, it'll mature. We'll get ahead of the winter. The stormwater problems that you have will be somewhat abated by planting that's, standing in the way of the water rushing. So if that could happen, that would be, I think, in everybody's interest. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comment? Anyone else in the room? Okay, I will close the public comment section of this hearing and bring it back to the table, to the board for discussion and potential motion.
All pretty quiet here.
Steve?
I like the two-house proposal you came up with. I think with the, you've kind of lowered the mass and put it more back into the hills, so with a lower roof line closer to the trail, that all tends to make the whole thing look smaller than it actually is. And then when you compare it to the house being constructed right next to that, yours looks a much better proportion just looking at it. I like the fact that you've agreed to further reduce the amount of square footage in the two-house proposal. I was trying to envision the 1,300 square foot house with a 4,000 foot subgrade space and couldn't even envision how a person would do that, but it makes it easier with 3,000 square feet above and 2,500 square feet below is a much better proportion for the smaller house. But anyhow, I could agree to the two-house proposal that you've come up with. I think that's good.
Thank you. Steve? George?
I just have to try to recollect. I thought in February, some of the comments from the neighbors were that they were opposed to the two homes because they didn't think that, they thought that actually it would create more massing than the one home. Is that correct? Is that my recollection? But I'm not hearing that same concern today. So was it different people here, different neighbors?
I mean, the original comments from Ajax Condos was that they preferred the one house, or the scenario with one house and a smaller house. They thought it was more compatible with an approval that dated farther back for the property, that was a house with a caretaker unit. You know, that they felt that that was what had at one time been represented, and that was more consistent with that. So it sounds from Amos's, comments today, I mean, I guess that's still, the position is that they preferred that proportion to
Okay, I just couldn't remember.
the proposal.
So-
I can't remember anyone else.
Okay, no one, I'm assuming these are going to be spec homes?
Well, my partner Matt here is looking very closely at keeping a smaller home for himself.
Okay, and then the other one. So in terms of use, I'm also assuming that if it's a second home, it's going to be dark most of the year in terms of impact of traffic. Given the clientele that would purchase a 6,000 square foot home in basically downtown Aspen. So I guess I don't have a problem with that because I don't see a lot of daily impact, except for maybe some service people that will have to be dealing with normal upkeep. So with that, I'm comfortable with this new proposal. And to address the stormwater concerns, is there a way as part of this approval that we can put into this resolution that X amount of work is done within this time period to try to start to address the stormwater issue as well as the prevent further erosion?
I mean, it obviously seems like it's right, the improvements at the end of Second Street would speak to that. I guess I don't maybe know enough on the front, on the topic of stormwater to know what else, where other impacts might be coming from. Obviously, right, construction trucks going through there, there's obviously some potential for impacts. But I don't know what the answer is in terms of what is
I was
best
trying to
practice
think
for
of the
that.
same thing in terms of, in our conditions of approval, that perhaps during construction or any activity on the site, all due diligence to protect the existing stormwater system shall be exercised, and should there be any damage to the functioning of the stormwater drainage system, the applicant agrees to repair those 100%.
I think we're looking at accelerating the frontage here.
Well, I think there were two issues.
Yeah,
And
The stormwater and then some vegetation.
that was the first one, and then the second one was, can the vegetation and that rehabilitation proceed before, and I guess this is what I was interpreting, before a building permit is actually issued, because it may take a little while longer to get the architectural drawings and things like that to get the building permit. So can they expedite those improvements separate from
And
the
I was
building permit?
suggesting to Bill that we try to respond positively to that, that
Yeah, and I'm just
we
wanting
ought
to
to get our
ask
landscape architect and engineer
Yeah.
to look at that and come up with an interim solution.
And I'm just asking our attorney and land use office, are we allowed to do that, to say expedite this part of your program even though you have not submitted final building permit, building plans?
That's fine, because a lot of this falls under separate permits anyway. I mean, it's an access permit for the driveway. There's different permitting pieces anyway, and so I think it can definitely be accomplished.
And a lot of it's
that.
going to fall on the city, Suzanne, so.
Right, exactly. Part of it's right of way
We'll
permits with the
encourage the
city.
city to.
Thank you.
Expedite what they have.
Can I-
I think you're
Yes.
hearing a positive response to us to
But-
this
but-
request.
Could I
Patty,
ask,
please.
you're looking at the possibility of connecting with city water. Will that impact that if you do that line, the different hammer effect line? Will that affect your access area? Will the line come down to Second Street there?
It would come down under our driveway. So if we do these improvements immediately, which includes some underground dry wells right near the vicinity of the trash dumpsters over there.
Right, you need to know if you're going to hook to city water or not.
Yeah, we don't know that for about 3 months, but we would, if we had our permit yesterday, we would have done this grading and just dig up our driveway.
So there's some work you can do prior to knowing whether or not I didn't want to just totally screw
We'll do this,
that up.
fully plant it, fully landscape it. We just won't pave our driveway. We're going to do compacted granite, so it doesn't erode, similar to the trail surface. It's kind of a erosion-free, kind of granular material. It's not a muddy material or clay material like this right now. So our driveway would be compacted so it doesn't erode. We'd still have engineered and approved erosion control devices until that, temporary stuff, even until the driveway's paved. We can even do it, frankly, a coated, we can even pave it with asphalt if the city requires. Because like you say, the building permit may be a year or so out. And if they're worried about the slope of the driveway, continuing to bring dirt down, we can just put some asphalt on it. We'll do whatever the city requires.
You need to address that. The other thing, real quick, if you're able to move forward with the landscape plan, your pictures depict beautiful aspen trees, which are deciduous. So it'd be great if you could work in some evergreens for year-round screening. Would be great.
Thank you, giving that direction to our landscape folks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think that was in our comments
Good
from
catch.
last time as
and,
well.
and the light rail issue.
The conditions.
The light rail issue, I don't have, I agree, I mean, that I know, Rachel, but you can reopen records of decision, trust me, I've done that, been there. But it's not easy. But I think we need to keep that in mind, that we could at some point, that could be a public transportation corridor other than pedestrians or bicycles. We never know where it's going to go. We don't want to close any options we have to resolving the issue of getting in and out of Aspen. So I don't know how we bring that into conditions of approval, if we just make a comment that, I don't know.
You know, I don't know that you can inhibit a owner or future owner's free speech from being able to comment, to say, I don't like this design, or I don't like that railway going here. You know, it just,
I just don't know if there's a way to...
I think you could mention it, but...
The trail isn't intact in any case, is it?
It is
It's
not
not intact. It's abandoned for the most part, at least outside of the limits of town. But, I mean, there's, you know, it was decommissioned in 1911 or something. So there's no, it's not like the Rio Grande Trail, which is actually rail banked.
Right, I understand that. It just was...
It's a completely different...
It's always been talked of, it was always brought up that was another possibility of bringing light rail into town. It wasn't included in the record of decision, but it was part of the conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with Rachel. I mean...
If it's starting to go there,
who knows who the future
enter.
owner's going to be, and public comment, there'll be public comment from many, many people regardless, and that will be that.
Well, it's definitely part of this conversation. We can always go back to it.
Okay.
Jeanette keeps the records really well.
Yeah, she does. Okay, so we've had some board discussion. Is anyone willing to make a motion, and we can have further discussion?
I'll move to approve, with the exception of the, you know, I don't really know how to phrase it, but the fallback position, that doesn't exist.
No, it has not been put into the resolution. It was a
Right.
request to add it to the resolution. and we're
There is
not-
language, condition number 14 is the staff, proposed staff language. So,
Okay.
right, it is in there right now if you wanted to either remove it or wherever you wanted to go with that.
Number
14 doesn't...
Oh, sorry, there's several, there's a numbering issue, Alan.
Yes, there is
found
a
for me.
numbering issue.
So the actual real number 14, and then the numbering went haywire after that,
Okay.
but number 14.
Okay, so your motion is to approve removing condition 14.
Well, I'm looking at the condition 14 here.
Yeah, she had a numbering
Page
problem.
6. I think it's the only
Page 6,
number
14, and then there's 10, 11, 12,
Yeah,
12,
because then it
13.
starts again for some silly
There are a lot
reason.
of 13s.
Yeah, there are a lot
Only
of
one
13.
14.
Way back, past the recitals.
Here's your number of the day.
Page 6 of the resolution formally.
So if
So
the
what do we do
applicant
with it?
chooses not to proceed with the development, that's, yeah.
Yeah, so
We delete that.
your would be a motion to approve deleting condition 14. Okay? And also adding a condition that we would want to see the landscaping and stormwater drainage improvements expedited to the extent possible, and all protections of the existing stormwater drainage system shall be maintained by the applicant.
Well, it's actually stormwater control, it's not drainage.
Okay, stormwater control, I used the wrong word.
Well, do you have drainage around the back of the house?
There is no system of stormwater drainage there now, is there? It's just raw land.
I thought we were hearing from the owners of the Little Ajax that they're worried about their
Yeah,
stormwater
but
system
they're
getting dangerous.
across the street and in town, so they have stormwater drainage, but this lot is just flushing material onto
Yes.
the land. So there's no control, that's what we want, is stormwater control.
Okay, well, if you would please word however you would like that issue concerned into the motion, because we've discussed it now.
Well, the efforts were made at stormwater control at the inception of the project. John, you're blinking your eyes and pursing your lips.
Am I?
Yeah. Do you have better language?
No, not really. I was just trying to think about enforceability later on if there's a rub and envisioning what the property looks like. I haven't been over there for a long time. So if there's a sheet wash coming off the property essentially onto 2nd Street or onto the, whatever that is there, what is that? It's not Durant, it's whatever.
It's Durant.
Is it Durant? Then you're just getting this mud all over the place. So that's just proper erosion control and
Right, and typically that's handled in
construction site management plan, right?
Yeah, and let me ask for clarification from Amos, who's in the Little Ajax. You were raising your hand a second ago, please.
The only thing I was going to say, and it may complicate everything, but basically, the city of Aspen holds us by balls on that thing. Maybe an inspection now of what we have, and then an inspection once this thing's been CO'd. And we just can see as long as...
I think that they're concerned about the maintenance of a $600,000 system that they were forced to install to not be impacted by this construction whatsoever.
Correct.
That's what the language that we need.
And so that's the type of language we need, that neighboring stormwater drainage systems shall not be impacted by the construction, and that during the course of development of this project, there shall be stormwater control.
Stormwater and adequate erosion control.
And erosion control. So something along those lines?
That would work, and so...
Hey, guys, we can't hear ourselves up here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
We're getting close, so you shouldn't interrupt us.
We're just trying to make sure we can live with what you're getting close with.
Hold on a second, Steve, let's finish.
Sorry about that.
You don't have a choice in that matter.
Okay, so that would be the amendment that would be the amendment to the resolution in Michael's.
So just to, if you look at condition 7B,
That's what I was looking at.
requires site-specific drainage and erosion control plan. Plan shall demonstrate no drainage will adversely affect neighboring properties to the Midland Trail. I mean, I guess I don't know if it gets incorporated there. The area that previously drained the city right-of-way will be permitted anyway. I mean, there's language in there. I guess I'm not sure if that's goes as far
One
as
of the
you
things that we
want.
wanted was that it be controlled essentially from now on, not later in the project, but that would be the first order of business.
Okay.
Okay.
Good work now.
So Michael has made a motion, and we have included additional language on top of this about the stormwater drainage. Just for clarity, I really don't mind the redundancy at this point. And is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, Steve has seconded. Do you get, Patty?
Yeah, I have a comment. I really appreciate the applicant's attention to detail, to trying to work with the neighbors, with the city. It's not an easy property. I've been involved with it since 1999, probably prior to that in another life. But I can't approve it. I would really prefer, and I think it's a better for the community, as I said before, the smaller house with the larger house rather than two of a larger size. I think the services needed for two different houses are going to be greater. And I have concerns about public safety with that trail access. With the activity goes on at the ice rink, it gets a little crazy there. You have a lot of little kids running around, and I just am concerned about that kind of activity that will be generated by two larger homes. But I do appreciate your efforts. I'm probably going to be the philosophical no here, I don't know, but I just have having a hard time coming to grips with the two larger homes.
Okay. Additional board comments? Steve?
Thinking clear back to when Lyle Reeder traded the land in Hunter Creek, which prevented houses from, I don't even know how big that acreage was, but that prevented development to a huge public benefit to the community to give up that land on Hunter Creek. Then he conveyed trail to the public for the right-of-way for the Midland Trail. He had a much bigger lot before he did that. So just those two things by the preceding owner conveyed huge benefits to the community in two different areas. And I would have to disagree with Patty on that you do have a lot of good detail. I agree with that, but I'm okay with increasing the smaller house to the 3,000 square feet above ground. To me is okay because of all the preceding things that have been benefits to the community. And then when you compare the two houses with the neighboring houses in the Little Cloud subdivision, these are in general smaller houses than all of the other ones in the neighborhood. So to me it's okay that you want to increase the tiny house 1,300 square foot to 3,000 and then reduce the bigger one down to me was what's a more reasonable size, more in fitting with the rest of the neighborhood. I think that's good.
Great. Other board discussion? Alan, you have a look on your face. Do you want to say something?
I want to ask a question, if I could. So, in abandoning this condition that we had requested, we're sort of hypothesizing maybe how this can still work for us. The theory being the vested rights for Resolution 106, 2014 run through November 19th of 2017. So they still have almost a year and a half to run. So if this approval is given today, this resolution is approved, and we wait to record our site plan until the city makes a decision on the water, and if the city goes ahead and makes a positive decision on the water, great, we record our site plan, move forward, everything's copacetic. If they were to get denied on their water request and would not have the ability to do two houses, would we have the ability at that point to come in and say, we'd like to rescind this commissioner approval and move forward under the
Start
under
all over.
106, basically restart the site plan process, or has that approval been wiped out by this approval? That's the question. I'm not.
Well, I was wondering whether it goes back to the very original before 2014 to say there's 9,800 square feet available on this parcel. I mean, would that still be the underlying document?
2014 was the first time it was stated in an approval document what the potential floor area was.
And one or two.
Based on that, again, right, the one or two, and the specific floor areas associated with
There were
that.
administrative documents
and what was that
talking about
based
that,
on?
but that was.
That was based on a review of, what they would be allowed based on those original lot sizes and the plat note that said they have these rights, including for floor area ratio.
So what I'm getting to is that even if 2014 went away, the original research, the plat notes, and that would be your underlying starting point for a new single-family home.
And that's established by the contract between the county and Lyle Reeder at the time.
So that's what I'm getting to.
Interpretations to exactly your effect.
There is
That's
an
right.
underlying premise that created the lots in the first place, the original
Correct.
plat, the plat notes, and so even if 2014 goes away, that is still the underlying
Correct.
item.
Correct. But
So that leaves you in the same place essentially, although we're just not saying it in the resolution. I believe.
Well,
But I guess I'm
I
still
think
not.
we're embedding some confusion, at least I'm confused.
Okay.
The the contract in the county and Lyle Reeder established in perpetuity, in effect, the square footage that's allowed as part of the consideration for the acquisition that the county made that allowed at least in part the trail and then other things. So, so that does not go away. That follows the property into the future. The contract then was in part reiterated as a plat note in the subdivision approval that the county effected. So that stays with the property indefinitely into the future. What does go away is the approval from 2014. That's done. Is that what everybody's understanding is then?
And that's what our standard procedure is when somebody comes in and gets a new site plan and a new approval, their old approval goes away. They don't walk around with 2 approvals in their pocket.
Right, and I guess the twist here is the ongoing negotiation or whatever with the City of Aspen for city services, or perhaps augmenting the existing well to allow for 2 residences to be served off it instead of just the one that exists now.
Yeah.
So it's the board's discretion as to how you want to structure an approval now. You can relate it back if you want, but typically that's what we do. The previous approval is gone, this approval now is in place, and it will run for 3 years worth of vesting unless extended by the county later on.
And the other alternative is for the applicants to wait.
Or to wait, exactly right, to see how the water issue
We should
is
continue
resolved.
this until you find out if you get a city up or down, and then make a decision when you know exactly where you're at with it, as Michael was saying. So,
But they still have the opportunity to get their well permit amended to allow for 2.
It's a long process.
We know that, just, we know water, but my concern is in the interim, we're leaving an exposed area there that I think we need to address because we're supposed to have monsoon rains coming up that I think could be an issue.
okay. So does that answer your question, Alan? That if we take this provision out, there is the underlying contract which defines square footages available.
So that's always reserved.
And there was never a not site plan, but there never was a building design approval for a single-family home that you're hoping to revert to?
No.
No. So I think it doesn't take anything away.
We're understanding.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
So we're okay with that?
Yeah.
John, please
And
continue
the other,
further.
the other point of clarification that I would like, at any rate, is on this erosion problem that's going on. The board mentioned expediting a solution. That doesn't really carry any specificity, so I'm wondering where we are. How do we want to address that? Even if the applicant is waiting now for a while before relying upon this approval from today, there's still a problem on site that seems to me needs to be addressed more particularly.
If the problem is just the new road cut that's gone in, I mean, I think we would have to have them bring it back, revegetate it. And we'd have to work with the city on that because, again, they have a city permit that stops at that line halfway up the driveway. But
So, and that's what I'm just not certain. The property owner was in need of 2 permits from 2 different jurisdictions to do driveway work, right? And a permit was obtained from the city, but a permit was not obtained from the county.
Correct.
So we have work happening in the county without a permit. Which
Not us. That's
The neighbor.
The neighbor up
for lot 2.
Okay.
Let's get that fixed and have them re-veg.
Then that needs to be fixed from the owner of lot 2 then. Is that what?
That's who got the permit.
So the avenue of remedy then is that direction now.
Let's get that fixed.
Yes, but this is going further. There's the immediate erosion problem, then there's worries about erosion during construction and erosion or stormwater after it's
Well, during
completed.
construction, we've got the language that Michael added, plus there's going to be an overlay on top of that, which will be a construction management plan. So that, I think we're covered, but what wasn't covered, at least in my mind, was what was going on right now before a construction management plan is generated by the county, which only happens when there is a desire to rely upon and move forward on this approval. So that,
Suggest some
but if it's
language,
lot 2, then
Suggest some language for us to put in.
well, No, I mean, if the situation, other than what I was assuming, the erosion problem is not being generated on this property, it's being generated from Lot 2 of Little Cloud, is that right?
If I may clarify, the driveway grading activity is being done by Lot 2 to assist their construction efforts. But I think the immediate or ongoing erosion problem is not due to their grading of that area over there. It's on the screen here. It's this area here.
It's already existing.
That is in this, it's a city right-of-way that's not well vegetated, that continually has for years or decades deposited erosion down in this area. And this is right about, this right where the pavement starts. These are pervious pavers, I believe, where they park their cars. That's city right-of-way, and that's where the underground filtration system or stormwater is that the
Little Ajax
group is responsible for maintaining. And the more erosion and silt that ends up in their underground system, the more expensive it becomes less effective. So what we want to do is complete all of the work in the city right away, including grading the trail, which is in the county.
Be at HPC, I'm
Sorry.
Thanks,
Alan.
The police station, we gotta get built.
Thank you, Alan.
Thanks, Alan.
We would like everyone's support in trying to get all this work just from the end of Second Street on the city right away up to and including the trail grading done as soon as possible, so that collectively, all in one big effort, we can stop this damaging erosion condition that has been going on for years. And of course, the driveway, I don't think is adding much to that, if any.
But it doesn't help.
Doesn't help maybe, but the bigger problem is right here on the screen. That's that area.
And I'm not sure where we left off in the conversation about delaying recordation of the site plan or those pieces, but we cannot issue permits until an approval is granted and a site plan is recorded. So even, so there, in our permit world, anyway, I don't know where that conversation went.
And let me just ask, this is not part of your property. This is like community neighborhood benefit that you're pursuing to get it cleaned up as part of the, visual entrance to your driveway and a neighborly thing to do. I don't know, other than the Board of County Commissioners encourages the applicant or not encourages, that representations by the applicant that they will proceed with cleaning up the erosion problem on city right-of-way and Little Ajax as represented in this meeting shall proceed as quickly as possible. And that's about all I think we can do, because you have to get permits from the city to work on the city. You got to work with these neighbors. It's not your property. It's not in the county. And we could make it a condition of our approval that your representations, that you will expedite that cleanup will happen.
But part of it is in the county.
Well,
the lower part that we're
the upper part's in the county, and the landscaping that you want to do proposing is in the county.
If I may clarify, about halfway up the slope is where the city-county boundary is. And before we can do all the work in the city, we need to do the grading at the top of the slope, which is the county, including the cutting the trail.
And we can't do it expedited until you have a site plan review. So we're just stuck with our codes.
Oh, the code does not, are we allowed to do any trail grading without our site plan being recorded?
All of this is premised upon the site plan we're approving, so, right, I mean, we won't issue permits unless...
Until we record the site plan.
So we are asking you to expedite that.
Well, the only problem is we can't expedite a water application, and we were trying to, but...
But
you are expediting it, but it only goes so quickly.
It only goes so quickly.
Expedite is a relative term.
When it comes to the government, really?
And also, I think it's important to note that we've made a lot of progress with city engineering on exactly how this work is going to be done in the right-of-way, but that department is not the easiest to deal with. And we've got to and we can't control when they give us a final green light on plans that they're okay with. I think what we could say is, we'll use diligent efforts to commence the work as soon as we get all necessary approvals. But
that's good language.
I mean, it's a subjective kind of feel good. I mean, we're making kind of a moral commitment to it, but I mean, I think we all realize that would be difficult for anyone to really enforce, other than we're saying that's our intent. I mean, that's,
and once you get the permits in hand, then it becomes more enforceable.
That's
to
right.
say, are you
We're
moving
supporting
forward
that
on it?
diligence. And I also recommend that when you go talk to city engineering about this issue, take Amos with you.
Sure.
He's a smart young man. He knows the neighborhood, and it's his being part of that city stormwater system that is pushing us to try and resolve it.
Okay, so we do have a motion on the floor, and do we need to amend this further to include that?
There are a couple of things that we needed to bring forward, just, one is a typo in recital number 15, where it should be 2,000 square feet, not 1,500, which is the reduction. And then on page 5, condition 7B, the last sentence, the proposed outfall from the on-site dry well shall be removed as historically no flow has crossed the berm. That was a condition coming from the city engineer. The applicant is working with them on that issue, and they asked if we can include language that would, something along the lines of, unless otherwise approved by the city engineer, because they're having a kind of a discussion about what was historically flowing or not flowing, and they want to make sure there's some leeway there if the city approves it.
Okay, let's take these one by one. Is that acceptable to the maker of the motion to correct the typo as well as this item? And is it acceptable to the seconder? Okay, thank you.
Okay. And then on that page, I think added to condition 8C would be language related to that issue for Jay Kuhn about retaining the existing choke cherry and mature shrubs shall be preserved and maintained, and specify kind of the location of that along the side of the trail.
Okay, is that acceptable to both maker and seconder? Yes, fine.
I think that was it, and correct my numbering.
And
and actually, sorry, no, the vested right date on the last page was the original February 10th date. It should be today's date, July 13th, 2019.
Okay, and that is, I imagine, acceptable to the maker of the motion and the seconder. And then the last thing was the addition of the language that we just heard from Bart related to the
Due diligence on the erosion and stormwater.
Yeah. Okay.
Following issuance of all required permits.
Yeah. Okay, and
Good
so
language.
that's acceptable to the maker of the motion and the seconder. Very good. I think this has now been fully amended. I don't think there was anything else other board members have brought up. Motion and second. Is there further discussion? Anyone else? Okay. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed?
Aye. No. I know.
Yeah.
No, aye. And I
Thank you.
really use that.
You know, similar to Patty, I'd love to see almost nothing here, but it's not going to happen. I do think you've been very detail-oriented, and you're working for a better and compatible neighborhood design. I look forward to seeing it all cleaned up. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
I hope this concludes the public hearing component of this 20-year process.
Yeah.
So that means you're not coming back again?
Yeah, please. Okay, guys,
don't get water.
hold on. Phyllis, do you have any open discussion items? I do not have any. Okay, does anybody else on the board have any open discussion items? Michael?
Have you noticed the all-terrain vehicles that the sports shops?
I've noticed them driving around town with this.
Or renting, yeah.
They're renting, and they're not licensed.
The one I saw has a new plate licensing on the back of
The
it.
ones I've seen, Aspen Mountain Sports and at the Durant little plaza there doesn't have them, and Stapleton doesn't have them.
Really?
And so I'm wondering what the deal is. I mean, they have unlicensed vehicles in town that go up on our backcountry. What's happening?
I want to say, I appreciate you bringing that forward, because excuse me, guys, we're still in the meeting. And this is an important one for Suzanne's department as well, I believe. I do not know if they are trailering them all the way up
They're not. They're driving on the streets.
Forest Service areas, because there are areas that allow Forest Service motorized access. I know ATVs have been a horrible issue at the State House for quite a while. I believe that counties maintain the right to close roads to ATVs, and I think they just recently, the only improvement was to get, what is it called, permission that ATVs can cross highways going from one trail to another. It's a really big issue in other areas, but I think it is probably certainly coming to us. I know Steve and I have both maintained that counties have to have the ability to say, no, you can't use these county roads. But what has happened is that other states are beginning to license these vehicles, and then because we're part of the all motor carrier system or whatever it is, we all have common laws, that if they are licensed in another state, they can drive in Colorado on Colorado roads within certain conditions. I'm not, Michael, I'm not trying to disagree with you at all. I'm just trying to say it's a mess of a law.
You're making it more complicated.
And it's a huge mess.
These are 4-passenger ATVs. They're not a small one-person ATV. They're 4-passenger. They're essentially a souped-up off-road Jeep. They're not licensed, and I don't think they're not licensed because they don't have any of the safety features that a vehicle has that we consider an on-road vehicle. So there's no safety whatsoever. So these rental shops seem to be renting them out. The city is countenancing them on their streets, and where they go, I assume, is into the county. So I just don't know what's going on, and it seems to be prevalent everywhere in the town.
I think we should direct the county attorney to look into the licensing, because it's also a revenue source when you have licensed registered vehicles that are being used on our public roads and streets and back roads. So I think we need to look into it. It would be just like me driving my Subaru down Main Street without a license and registration, and that's illegal.
Well, that's the rub, because these vehicles are unable to get a license because they're not a vehicle under the standards of
Right.
vehicles.
So they have to find a way to register.
So then these shops are renting them out to 4 people from God knows where, and off they go. So it seems to me a huge liability problem for the shops, for everybody involved. It just doesn't seem...
Well, especially for me, driving through the town, what happens if they hit me or I hit them? And there's no safety, it's a huge liability, plus it's just illegal. It's just like having a dirt bike that doesn't have a plate on it.
And any idea, I mean, is this like used for the back of Aspen Mountain?
I've seen them in
Front side.
town. I haven't
No, they go
followed
straight
them
up
out.
front side Aspen Mountain.
And they're right at the Butcher Block corner. They're one of the
And
shops
also
there.
the gas station down here.
Yeah.
I just saw them.
And 4 Mountain Sports at Durant Plaza there.
CCI would have a wealth of knowledge about what the current state of the laws are and not. There's been efforts to require licensing by counties, and actually that's a huge dispute with the Sheriff's Association. And so each time you get a law that has a lot of provisions that do the right things, they've been knocked down. And the Sheriff's Association was concerned that they investigate these accidents and they should be in charge and they want the revenues. And the counties are like, no, it's always county sheriffs or county deputies, or the State Patrol, excuse me, it was the State Patrol Association who was saying that they're objecting to the last licensing law and requirement for insurance for that
Right,
matter.
well, I understand that, but those are mainly focusing on those vehicles that are being used quote-unquote off-road, even though they're county roads. These are ones that are being used right downtown, driving through downtown Aspen, Colorado, and that's,
And it's the city should be concerned.
they certainly should be, but if they're not, then the city's still within the county, so we can
Yeah.
be concerned.
Yeah, and I'm agreeing entirely. I appreciate you bringing it up. I had thought about that the other day when I saw him, but I'm just saying there's a wealth of knowledge at CCI with Eric Bergman about what's allowed, what's not allowed, what laws we've passed, and where we can go from here, and particularly the intersection of it with national laws. And that's been one of the big pushes, is that people are coming into Colorado and saying, I can drive on your road because I licensed it in Utah or Montana or somewhere else, and then Colorado residents can't even license their own and do the same thing. But these are not the same type of vehicles as far as I know.
Yeah, it's pretty scary.
So thank you,
That's a
Michael.
good
That's a
point,
really
Michael.
great one to have brought to our attention.
Anything else?
Okay, anything else for open discussion? I would accept, and a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Thank you, grassroots.
Aye, thank you.
Aye, oh yeah, aye, I forgot to vote.
Aye. Aye.
Nay, aye.
I've never understood that when people say, all those opposed make the same.